All right, guys, welcome to another MoP Tank Talk. We are back with Riani and Cow. Today, we're doing Brewmaster and Prot Pally. Very excited about this one. These are two of my favorite classes. Riani, how have you been? And tell us a little bit about your experience with both Brewmaster and Prot Pally. Like, what kind of raids have you done on them? Stuff like that.
I'm gonna be honest that Brewmaster is not one I have prioritized because we've been running another experienced Brewmaster in our raid, and me personally, I've been taking the back seat on that one.
Oh, I lost your sound there. Something happened. Cannot hear you right now.
Well, that's not great.
There it is. We got you back.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, so I've been taking a back seat on the Brewmaster. I've been prioritizing the Prot Pally and the Blood DK. And but the Prot Pally, I've been clearing everything, full heroic, and and it's been fun. It's been fun. A lot more fun than I thought, and a lot better than I thought too. So I'm excited to talk about it, and of course the Brewmaster wise, I think I'll just get some tips from you. Even though I of course have looked into that too, but not as deeply as some of the other tanks.
Sure. And at the end, I think it'd be pretty good if we, reevaluated maybe our rankings of all the tanks because we had talked about them last time quite a bit. But I mean, since then, there's been so many tank changes. And I mean, we all just have more experience since that Blood DK and Prot where you're talking now, too.
I agree. I think it's time to take another look at that tier list.
Let's do
Unfortunately,
it. Yeah.
yeah.
Cow. Same thing to you. Welcome back. Thanks so much for joining. And what kind of experience have you been having on the Brewmaster and Prot Pally?
Hey. So in raids, I've only done 10 men on Prop Paladin. It wasn't on stream or anything because it was complete strangers at times that weren't really stream friendly for me.
Sure.
And I enjoyed it, but I do have a different perspective on it for sure than when we started because Blizzard has been doing so many little changes, and one of them was through the Prop Paladin we'll talk about. And then in terms of remaster only leveling, I haven't or 5 men's as well, but I haven't touched raids with it.
Okay. Have you had Brewmasters in your raids at all that you've been playing with?
Yeah, so luckily our
Okay.
off tank is a MoP expert, and he played Brewmaster Monk, so I got to in-depth look at his logs, see exactly what he did, and all that as well to prepare.
Okay. Very nice.
Yeah, we're definitely in the same boat there. I think both Cal and I.
Cool. Yeah, I think we have our bases pretty covered then. For me personally, I played a bit of Brewmaster P1 on private server. I played one a lot in the early beta. I only did MSV on Brewmaster on beta. I did one Heart of Fear run on P server on Brewmaster. So limited experience, but overall, I've played it quite a few hours. Just need to rack up those raid hours for the most part. But let's just hop right into the Brewmaster right now. So first off, let's talk about how it performs overall, both the raids, challenge modes, just everything. So most people would say that Brewmaster is like the tank for challenge modes. I'm not sure how you guys feel about that. Do you think Brewmaster is significantly above the other tanks, or it's pretty close, or maybe something else is even better than it?
So I think that it is actually like Brewmaster is gonna be the tank that is gonna be the fastest, like have the best time for sure. However, I don't think that they will be the ones that will be the easiest to complete gold on. If I'm gonna be honest, I have played it on. I've done gold challenge modes on the beta on a lot of tanks, and you'd be surprised by how easy the gold challenge mode is for some of the classes, even though they might not be able to go as fast as the Brewmaster. going just for gold, I don't think they will be the easiest tank to do that on. But they're certainly, you know, they're extremely good. They will probably be the top dog for the absolute highest level of play, the speed runs. Yeah, I don't think that you can only do it on Brewmaster, because that's definitely not true.
Yeah, absolutely. Like every tank I feel like is gonna have a pretty easy time golding stuff. And yeah, I could definitely see that. Like higher floor on some of the other classes, higher ceiling on Brewmaster.
So if you were
Yeah.
to ask though a little differently and say, would Brewmaster be the one to set the realm record every time
Hmm.
on every realm? Would that be a different answer than Riani? I know you say it's not as easy maybe to achieve gold, and maybe it's because the timers are so lenient that you can do it on any tank. But I feel like it's undoubtedly, in my eyes, the top dog for challenge modes for sure in the long term.
Yes. So when I say that, my statement was merely just saying that I think the other tanks, not only you know, I think especially like Prot Pally, for example, I feel for me personally, there you are gonna have an easier time, I personally think, unless you are a skilled player, at getting gold with a Prot Pally compared to a Brewmaster. Very much so because they're very lenient on the time. However, obviously, when we're talking about the top dogs, the big, you know, speedrunners, you are obviously, yeah, Brewmaster is going to be the play. There might be some certain instances where you can have other tanks that are a little bit gimmicky and you know, perform well in that regard, um, but yeah, you're not going to see any other tank than Brewmaster probably in the very top rankings though.
Yep. I would agree with that. Um, so for raids, let's talk about how we're feeling about Brewmaster for raids. For me, kind of Pot Warrior, Blood DK, Brewmaster, I think are all like super solid. Can main tank, do great on AOE, all that stuff. Very good survivability. And we'll talk about like maybe Prot Pally too now, even. Um, and so for me personally, this is one of those times you can sort of just pick whatever you like the most. I do think Brewmaster's a little bit better on 10 man. I feel like the Ox shields are a little more valuable there. But I mean, overall, it's a really strong tank. I feel like if you like the class, you can just play it if it's your favorite tank, you know? Do you guys feel like it's, you know, weak, strong? How do you guys feel about it in Raid right now?
You want to take this one, Cal?
Sure. So I think Brewmaster has a lot of hidden potential past all the already great things about it. If you let it get to high vengeance levels, like you said about the raid heals, as an example, you can really abuse that if you know what you're doing to help your healers out or your comp even. Uh, at least in my eyes experience in 25, more than Prot Warrior at the time. I think Prot Pally is going to serve a different purpose than that. But yeah, Brewmaster is very good right now.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. So I'm gonna say that I don't think that they're you know, in a good spot. I think they're in by far the best spot. Um, I you know, I'm gonna jump ahead of a little bit here. We're talking about rankings, you know, down the line that we're gonna talk about that. Currently, there is no way that you don't run a Brewmaster as your main tank in a progression environment. In like a high end progression environment, there's no way you run anything else than a Brewmaster. You
Wow.
can get away with anything else, but I think that the Blood DK that we were talking about earlier is dethroned so far from that spot, 100%.
Okay. You feel like Brewmaster better than Prot Warrior even? Because for me, Prot Warrior is actually my number one now. Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
I personally don't think so. But
okay.
I think they're certainly in a very good spot too.
So I think that's actually really interesting because having looked at many logs now in the past, but also the recent, you know, on the mod beta, even in Heart of Fear and Toes, just looking at how Prot Warrior mitigates compared to or avoids compared to Brewmaster, how hard is it to actually heal one or the other in 10 and 25 men? It gets very interesting. And I think that also depends on healers, but I do agree with Riani in that having seen both in 25, it seems like Brewmaster does outperform Warrior. So Subtle, I want to hear your take on that, if you don't mind. Why Prot Warrior?
Yeah, so just I mean, overall, like I feel all the top tanks are very similar in their AoE damage. I've been, situations like Windlord or like Shek'Zir, like any tank that can survive, that stuff is gonna do crazy damage. I think it's pretty comparable. Protware though, I think has the edge on those extreme damage situations where it's very, very high vengeance. Those times when every time you press shield barrier, it's almost a 2 million absorb. Like that to me, getting 4 extra health bars on tank is just on a 1.5 second cooldown is just busted. Like there's pretty much no way you can die, right? So being completely invincible, doing huge AoE damage, very high single target damage, bringing all that extra raid stuff. You got the vigilance, you got the demo banner, the rallying cry. You can even just intervene attacks off the other tank, whatever. So to me, Protware is my number one. On Brewmaster, I felt like the survivability wasn't nearly as high, and it's so much more based on avoidance too. And you can just get unlucky sometimes, right? Like Shaw of Fear would be a good example of that. Uh, you know, Maybe you just don't dodge your parry. You just kind of get owned. But Protware just feels like the absolute safest tank to me. I feel like if you're playing it right with shield barriers and I mean in the case of Shaw of Fear, like preemptively shield blocking, stuff like that. Uh it just feels invincible, does huge damage, great utility. So that's why I've got it number one right now.
Yeah, I
Awesome
think that's
to
very
hear.
fair. I think that there is definitely a world where Prot Warrior could be, a more beefy tank, especially when you're talking about fights like Empress on the odds. They're kind of insane there. Like they're
Yeah,
unmatched. It's not
absolutely
much you can say
busted.
about
Yeah.
it. Yeah. But I think as a general main tank, if you're talking about who is gonna, get your vengeance and who is the person that's considered your main tank and all that, it's pretty hard to say that Brewmaster is not gonna be that just because of what they bring to the raid outside of their own mitigation, their own their own ability to survive. Obviously that matters too. Right. But Warrior brings all of their utility, whether they have Vengeance or not. The same thing cannot be said for a Brewmaster. They, the raid guards are doing a lot of work. They're not as insane as maybe we thought going into the expansion, but it is still, it's still very, very good utility. And I do think that they do have the possibility of just kind of falling over if you don't have like perfect play, especially if you let your shuffle drop, but even from a single target perspective as well, they're a really solid tank as well. The buff did help them out a decent amount, but then also just kind of the development of the rushing Jadewind single target mentality, almost that alone brings them up to the same level as the nerfed DK in single target, which is I'm not gonna get into it.
So for rushing Jadewind single target, have you like simmed it and found there's single target times you do want to do that right now? Because what I've been simming is that the Tiger's just always better single target.
I mean,
Obviously, you'll
I
proc
haven't.
more healing, orbs with Jadewind though.
Yeah. I haven't dug that far deep in the Sims myself because, it's not my priority right now.
Sure.
But from with the proper APL, rushing Jade Win is a sizable increase. But of course, it depends on vengeance and all that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to play around with that then, because I've just been using their defaults that they have on there. which might not be optimal. Yeah. Okay. So we're really high on the Brewmaster now. That's awesome. Big brew fan myself, so good to hear. So let's look at stat priority. So for Brewmaster, like every tank, you're going for hit cap, you're going for expertise hard cap. That's pretty much across the board. Although we did talk about I think it was blood decay, maybe soft capping it.
So I'm gonna, we're gonna get into them on the Prot Pal, but I'm less less gung ho on hard cap for Prot Pally too. But we'll save that one for later. Okay.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. We'll get into it. So hit cap, expertise, hard cap, and then generally you're going crit and then haste. Some people do like to have a little bit more haste for more energy regen, but like kind of the number I've seen thrown around a lot is like 4,000 haste.
4,000, yeah.
Yeah, but that's really just kind of a preference thing because simming it performs way worse than crit in terms of damage taken per second and damage done per second. So
I think to keep in mind there is that the 4,000 number is supposed to be a way to make it easier to always have 100% uptime on your shuffle. But if you play well, you need 0 haste to keep up shuffle. And the Sims obviously play well. But if you know that you maybe don't play things too optimally, then maybe it is worth picking up some haste over crit. But yeah, generally let's not gear for bad play.
Yeah, definitely. And if you are like running the tag, so the only time it is difficult at all to keep shuffle up is if you're using rushing Jadewind on less than 3 targets, not getting your chi from it. If you're running like the Tiger and you're just doing a pure like jab rotation, shuffle's gonna get over a minute like duration on it. Like it's not something you even got to think about unless you're running rushing Jadewind on 1 or 2 targets. So that and I would actually recommend that for probably 95% of Brewmaster players. Like even if rushing Jadewind single target is a little bit better, just the ease, like if you're learning all these fights, just the ease of the rotation when you're running Tiger and don't even have to think about shuffle, it makes it so much easier to focus on all the mechanics of the fight you're trying to learn and stuff that I would recommend most people just do that starting out. And like I've played I never go for extra haste. I mean pre-bis gear you're playing around 1,000 haste the way I reforge in gem. I think it gets, I don't know, maybe 3,000 in like MSV bis, something like that, but not going out of my way for it. And the difference between going for like 4,000 haste and just sitting on that passive like 1,000 haste you get without trying, it's a little over 40 energy a minute, which is 1 jab. So you get 1 more jab a minute. And it's just not that impactful, right? And in place of that, you can get 5% crit, which is pretty awesome. Like at high vengeance, just doing double damage is the best thing you can do.
So is there a world where you try to value haste more after a certain point because they are when you have higher crits, because they kind of synergize off each other. So you're like, well, I really don't want to run haste a lot in the beginning, but perhaps when I have 6,000 crit, I prioritize per point haste up until certain value.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just coming down to the sim on that one. So far, I haven't found a level where you actually gain DPS or reduce your damage taken per second by going haste over crit. It's very possible there is some point that exists. When we get to extreme gear levels later in the expansion, you can actually crit cap on dual wield. Like you get to a point where you can, no longer actually gain auto attack crits because of the combat table. You're just capped. You can't go above it. So, I mean, that would be a point where, I mean, you either switch to a two-hander, which has a higher auto attack crit cap, or, you know, you value haste a little bit more at that point since your crits not applying to your auto attacks. But yeah, for so far, the things I've simmed is just you go pure crit. Unless you do have like some preference that like, oh, I'm not getting enough energy, sure, you can pick up some extra haste, but I personally have not found that to be worthwhile.
Yeah. So in the Guardian Druid Discord, there is some major copium going on around prioritizing dodge
Huh.
as a way to bring down your damage taken and chance of death. Obviously, that comes at a big loss offensively. But is there any stuff like that going on Brewmaster that's worth considering on a fight like, you know, let's say Shaw or something like that?
I mean, on a fight like Shot, I wouldn't go into the dodge part of it. If you absolutely need survivability, you could go a little bit into mastery. That's not something I really recommend. I mean, you have so many other options to survive. You know, all these externals, we just have an embarrassment of riches, basically, especially in 25 man. But even in 10 man, I mean, you bring a single paladin and you have 2 sacks right there. You have like lay on hands. You have, if it's a prop out, you have devotion aura. You know, you have so many good options. I definitely like reforging and stuff for things like mastery or dodge. That would be like an absolute last ditch effort if for some reason like your raid, you know, just isn't getting it done with all the tools in your toolkit. But yeah, to
That
me,
feels like baiting more than anything. Does it not? I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I've seen some interesting things on some of the discords before, so you never know. But
That is not baiting, by the way. Like that is the mentality of the
oh,
Discord. So
yeah,
yeah,
not you. The people who are saying so are people have always done this, by the way. You really started seeing it in TBC and Classic, right? Where people came back to the game and we ran Fury Prot, and it's not going to go deep dive into our history, but people thought you don't need any hit on a tank in TBC, whether it's a feral, you know, a guardian, so to
yeah,
speak, or
yeah.
a warrior or whatever. So go with, you know, 1% hit and 1% expertise, and you're good to go. Just survive for it. But having played Cheyenne 25 with 3 tanks and doing the rotation properly on that boss since we brought it up, right? I severely disagree with avoidance already stacked on top of what a brewmaster has to offer. If you just keep your buffs up properly and have AECD running, I've not encountered a log where a brewmaster just dies.
yeah,
No, I
You
agree.
have, you know, elusive, shuffle as well, and mischance. You just end up having like 65% chance to not get hit baseline before you're either guard or any other thing on you at all. It's very hard to die.
oh yeah. I mean, it's even higher than that. I think 70 is like the minimum I've had on my brewmasters.
Yeah. So
'Cause you gotta throw in miss as well, right? You get the
true.
4.4 there. So yeah, it's
So yeah, it's just it's incredible to watch, you know, somebody with you as a BDK. I'm not gonna bring it out too long, but you're playing the BDK, and then there's a Sprout Warrior or a Brewmaster in our case, and they're just not getting hit. They're just, you know, and you're dying every time, but they're just not getting hit. And that's without gearing anywhere towards not mastery, not dodge, not
yeah.
parry. But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't advise going for either of those. But yeah, so just to like summarize all that, basically priority, you're going for hit cap, expertise, hard cap, crit, then haste, and that's it. Like on some of your gear, you'll end up with random mastery or whatever, but it's not something you're really gonna go out of your way for.
It's usually when the mastery option is just so much higher item level than the other options that you can
Yeah,
get. That's usually when you end up with mastery,
yeah. So when you're looking
kind
at
of like Bloody K and Cata.
exactly, so the type of gear you're looking for is just any combination of hit, expertise, crit, haste. Those are brewmaster pieces. That's what we like. Uh, as far as rotation, The rotation seems a little complicated at first, especially if you read like Wowhead or something. It's like, oh, at this energy you gotta do this, at this energy you gotta do that. But when you actually play it, like just go hit a target dummy for a little bit and try it out. Basically, you want to keep Keg Smash on cooldown. You blackout kick to keep your shuffle up. You jab if your energy is getting too high. You do want to make sure you have enough energy so that when Keg Smash comes off cooldown, you can't immediately press it. You aren't in a situation where Keg Smash is off cooldown, but you only have 10 energy now. So you're monitoring that, which, I mean, it is just something that you pick up pretty quickly once you get those reps in on the brew. But then, like, once you've done those few things, then it's like, you can purify if you're really high stagger. It's gonna be a different amount for everybody too, like based on your healers and your own personal comfortability, I guess. You'll learn kind of when you need to be purifying your stagger, but you're basically never gonna do it during yellow. It's very, very rare that you ever would. It'll pretty much always be red. If you want to really simplify your Brewmaster play early on, you can kind of just purify when it gets red, but there is more nuance to it than that you'll just kind of learn as you get more experience, not only with the class, but with your healers that you're running with. Beyond that, though, like Chi Wave, if you're running Chi Wave, you press Chi Wave after you do all those other things. It's basically manage your energy, manage your Chi, keep your buffs up. That's kind of what it boils down to. And then once all that's solved, you can throw a Chi Wave out there if it's off. Tiger Palm is just a filler. It will keep your 20% armor pen buff up. It costs nothing, and you have a 1-second GCD. So anytime you don't have anything else to press, just press Tiger Palm, a little extra damage. And a lot of the time, you don't even have to think about your 20% armor pen buff because you're just using Tiger Palm as filler anyway. So you're just always keeping that up regardless. Did you have something?
It's
kind
of like my thing as well with Tiger Palm. It's like it's a button that I think people should be pressing more than they are, because people are very averse to having an empty global, and that means that you often go lower on energy than you should. But it's like, it feels bad not pressing your jab if you have the energy for it. You have 40 or 50 energy, you want to press it, but you have an empty global, but you shouldn't. That global should be filled with Tiger Palm instead, just to make sure that you have a steady flow of energy, that you have enough energy to Keg Smash whenever it comes up cooldown. But still filling the globals with the Tiger Palm to always have something to press.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to be pressing Tiger Palm a ton. Just anytime you get through managing energy, managing Chi, and making sure it shuffles up, which is part of managing Chi, you're pressing Tiger Palm. So it's just something to get in the habit of. Make sure it's not a really good key, because you probably press it more than any other button, I guess, overall. It's not your most impactful button, but since it is a filler early on, for sure, when you have lower haste and aren't running Ascension, like, it's, you're pressing it a lot. Should mention guard too. So I've seen some people say just press guard every time it's off cooldown. I think that's like the worst way to use guard. Guard is a guaranteed save. It has insane attack power scaling. It's going to give you more than your entire health as an absorb, depending on how much, vengeance you have. But in a typical situation, it'll give you a full HP bar or even significantly more than a full HP bar worth of absorb. It just saves your life anytime you press it. It's not something you're going to press every single time it's up just to get that like 5k extra healing per second or whatever over the course of a fight. It's just one of the most overpowered tank buttons. It's off the global cooldown, 30-second cooldown. You're guaranteed that you don't die when you press it. So to me, it's one of those things you just always save for when you need it. If you're playing Ascension, which we'll talk about talents later, but it gives you an extra chi, maximum chi, and gives you more energy regen. If you're playing Ascension, you're pretty much always going to sit on 2 chi just so you can press guard anytime you want. Obviously, there's sometimes you might not be in a lot of danger. You can, decide that you'll spend that chi anyway and not be able to do an immediate guard. But in general, bank 2 chi so you can always do an immediate guard. If you're running chi brew, which I do definitely recommend early on, then always just save 1 charge of chi brew so that you can chi brew and guard anytime you need it. That allows you to spend all your chi at any given time, and you always still have that fallback option of pressing a guard anytime you need it.
I think that's definitely something that's going to be hard for people to get used to. As a brewmaster, is not using your resources all the time, because you're always like, if you want to play it optimally, you don't spend it all, which is kind of feel bad, but your fingers are itching, but it's just something you have to get used to. But yeah, I agree with Guard. If you want to maximize the amount of damage mitigated over the course of a fight, absolutely, just press it off cooldown. What are you doing? But that is not how you become a good tank. If you want to, reduce your overall damage taken, then you should rotate externals literally from the start of the fight all the way through. But that is not how you play a tank. The way you play a tank is to minimize the chance of death, and the chance of death is minimized by using your cooldowns properly when you need them, and that includes guard as well.
Absolutely. Should also mention Elusive Brew. Haven't talked about that as much yet. So when you auto attack crit, you're going to gain stacks of Elusive Brew. And then you have an ability Elusive Brew that you can use to consume those stacks. And for every Elusive Brew stack you have, you get 30% dodge. So 1 in 3 attacks will not hit you just by pressing that button for that duration. So this is one of the reasons crit's so good for us. As attack power gets higher, crit's just incredible for damage already. But you also get that synergy of getting those Elusive Brew stacks from getting those auto attack crits. So you're not only increasing your damage done, you're also increasing your survivability by quite a bit, getting that extra crit. And you pretty quickly, when you're crit stacking, can reach a point where you're basically 100% uptime on Elusive Brew, especially with like Chi Brew to help you, bridge the gap a little bit, since you're getting that 6 extra Elusive Brew stacks every, I forget, 45 seconds, whatever it is. So Elusive Brew, typically the way I play it, just anytime I'm around like 6 or higher, I'm generally pressing it. If I know there's like a high damage part coming up, though, I'll just bank it to make sure I have it for that. I mean, one of the things that really jumps out is like Will of the Emperor. That's a really, really nice brew fight, because during the whole dance phase, you're just accumulating your Elusive Brew the whole time. And then as soon, you really want to watch like the timer so that you're pre-pressing Elusive Brew before you actually take that first hit. But right when that dance is about to end, you pop your Elusive Brew. You're gonna have 30% extra dodge the entirety of the tank phase. So like you'll need to refresh it a little bit towards the end, because I think tank phase is like 20 seconds. Full stack of Elusive Brew will be 15. So you'll refresh it toward the end, but having 30% extra dodge that entire dangerous part of the fight is just incredibly valuable. And we should also talk about Ox Statue. Ox Statue, you put it on the ground. Anybody within 40 yards will get absorbs on them based on the damage you do. Every X amount of damage you do, they get a absorb shield. So we talked about this a little bit earlier. This is one of the most powerful parts about Brew. It could very well be the difference between you dropping a healer or having to bring an extra healer, which means a lot less damage if you're having to bring that extra healer, or a lot more damage if you get to drop that healer. And especially in like a 10-man environment, if you can drop a healer and bring an extra DPS, the bosses just die so much faster. that is very, very impactful there.
Something that I find very, very ironic about the dropping a healer thing with Brew is that we have heard so many times over the past few expansions that gear as defensively as possible, because if you can gear defensively enough to drop a healer, then that's going to be better for your raid. Realistically, that has never been the case. But now, because because the Brewmaster scales with their raid healing with offensive output, it actually is the contrary argument to where you want to stack as many offensive tools as possible in order to give as much raid healing as possible and being able to drop a healer because of it, not because you as a tank are defensive.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite parts too. Just like, I mean, Vengeance, this expansion is insane on its own. And then you get all this like defensive, offensive synergy from tank sets now. I mean, we talked about Riposte in the last chat where, you know, you get 75% of your dodge and parry as crit. So you're just like across the board, tanks just get a lot of double dipping on offensive, defensive. And
Yeah, it's very hard to look at a tank's gear now in this expansion and straight up just tell you, hey, you're going for the wrong stats because those are not defensive. In a way, they're gonna become defensive for pretty much all the tank classes we've talked about so far.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
There will be fights where I think if you're certain classes, hint blood DK, you do want to cuck yourself a little bit offensively and go defensive stats for certain fights, but yes, generally like defensive stats, not a thing in this binary.
yeah, absolutely. It's pretty much just do as much damage as you can. Pump those offensive stats, which in turn will increase your survivability even.
Indeed.
Uh,
One thing I want to
yeah.
bring back. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you in the middle of the Dave discussion. You know, Dave is of course our statue, the nickname which was fondly given to it. But on the topic of elusive brawler, elusive
Elusive
brew,
brew. Yeah.
yeah. A thing that I get asked a lot, and I think I have a pretty clear understanding of when you do this and when you don't. But just for everyone else out there, um, when do you go one-handers versus two-handers, and why is one better than the other at certain times?
Sure. So generally you're just going eye level. It's like whatever eye level weapon you have. If you have higher eye level dual wield, you have higher eye level staff or polearm, you'll just use the higher eye level one usually. Dual wield is going to be more damage. You get that extra weapon enchant. It's going to be a little bit more damage. It's going to be a little bit more consistent elusive brew generation since the procs are coming from two different weapons. The overall elusive brew generation will be a little bit lower though. So it with the one hand or the dual wield, it's going to be more consistent but less overall. With the two-hander, you're going to do a little bit less damage. You're going to have burstier elusive brew generation. You're going to be getting 3 elusive brew from each proc instead of the 1.5 basically. And
Isn't it just flat one?
uh,
Since you have the 2.6
I could be
attack
wrong.
speed?
I could be wrong. I thought it was 1.5 and the game, you know, rounded it. And so sometimes you got 1, sometimes you got 2. I could be wrong on that though. But
Now I'm pretty sure it's 1, but I'm so sure someone in
it
the
could
chat
be.
can
It could be. I would have to
correct us.
yes. I would have to verify that. But you're going to get more total elusive brew generation from the staff. So if you absolutely need to min-max your elusive brew generation to survive, you can go for the staff. But either way, it's not like a huge difference going one way or the other. So, you know, if you absolutely got to min-max that elusive brew gen, do the staff. But in general, use whatever is higher eye level for you. If you are playing Orc also, there's fist weapons throughout the whole game to utilize the expertise bonus from Orc. If you're playing Orc, then obviously you're going to tend to favor that dual wield even more than you normally would to benefit from that.
Indeed.
And then, so we talked a bit about the single target rotation. Should mention for multi-target, if we're talking 3 targets or more, you'll be running for sure Rushing Jadewind, which will just fully replace your jab. Because at 3+ targets, it's going to give you a chi every time you use it. So you don't lose any chi generation by, using Rushing Jadewind, which is the drawback on 1 and 2 targets. So basically, anytime you would have jabbed, you're now using Rushing Jadewind. And then as kind of your lowest priority thing, you can throw in Breath of Fire as well for 2 chi, assuming it's not going to prevent you from casting Blackout Kick to keep stagger up. You want to maintain, or shuffle, rather. You want to keep that shuffle up, be able to guard, but if you're running Chi Brew and sitting on your 1 stack, you'll always be able to do that anyway. And that's all that really changes. It's just replace jab with Rushing Jadewind, and as your kind of lowest priority thing, just above Tiger Palm filler, basically, would be Breath of Fire.
Yeah. I think it's also worth keeping in mind with Breath of Fire is that it has a an on-use damage component when you press it, and then it also has a debuff that it leaves on the target, assuming that the target can be slowed. And obviously in a raid setting, that is not a lot, which does push it down, way further. And I think it's how many targets do you need to have to press a Breath of Fire versus a Blackout Kick, and and for it to be worth it without the debuff.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number now after the Blackout Kick change. Most of my brew play was before, but a lot of the time too, you actually will. Well, no, I shouldn't say a lot of the time, because like something like Stone Guard you wouldn't, but something like Empress you do get the dot. So you just kind of gotta look at it case by case basis. But if you are getting that dot, it's super worth pressing, basically.
I think even on single target,
times.
it would be a DPS increase then, no?
It used to be with the Blackout Kick change. I'm
right.
not sure now, but yeah, it did used to be for sure. Yeah, so I mean, rotation doesn't really change a whole lot there, but let's see. I think we covered pretty much everything out there. Is there anything that's standing out to you guys that we didn't talk about? Oh, Expel Harm. We should mention that too. So Expel Harm, essentially it replaces your jab in your rotation at a time when you need a heal. So it just does a little bit of damage and heals you. When your health drops low, I can't remember the exact number, 30 or 35%, you can just cast it repeatedly. Normally it has like a 15-second cooldown. So it can replace jab. Anytime you need a heal, you'll just replace jab in your rotation with Expel Harm. Costs the same amount of energy, just generates a chi. Same function, it just heals you, essentially. So that is the one thing. And then while you have guard up too, your self-healing is increased by 30%. So you can get a bigger heal there. Although if you have guard up, you probably have so much absorb that you don't really need to heal yourself, but you could. And the last thing we should mention is the Gift of the Ox. You're going to be proccing from your physical attacks, these little orbs that spawn on the ground. These heal for quite a bit. They scale with attack power. They don't heal for as much as Private Server, but they still heal for a good amount. And you're going to want to make sure you're moving around to collect those. That's your main source of self-healing, is just picking those up. Unfortunately, they spawn a little further away, and their hitbox seems to be pretty small compared to private server. So they are a little annoying to pick up at times, but something to keep an eye on and try to pick up.
I will say that on the pre-patch right now, I've been leveling a brewmaster, and I've been doing solo dungeon leveling with them. And I will say that the orbs do spawn fairly well. You don't have the same situation that you did in the early stages of the beta, where they would like spawn around the boss, and you would like have a fantastic like little circle around the boss, and you have to run around, and it's like a pain. Obviously, the small hitboxes are still there, but the spawn seem to be a lot better. Like where they spawn physically. Like if I just don't move, I will have a nice neat pile to the right and to the left of me. So that is an undocumented change that is a huge buff to Brewmaster's self-design.
Yeah, that is one of the things. Like, as long as you're standing perfectly still, they do group up pretty well. But then, like, as soon as you move to actually get those orbs, then they start spawning, even further. And then
Right.
you kind of end up in a situation where you're, moving more than you would like to because your orb piles keep moving. But
And your DPS hate too.
yes, yeah. And like solo dungeoning, obviously, pretty different environment. You don't really care where the mobs are facing. And how many like mobs are you pulling to? Because I've found it was more annoying like with more mobs, like some of the orb placement. But if you're only pulling like a couple mobs, maybe it wouldn't be as bad.
Oh, I tend to go pretty big.
Okay,
Yeah.
all
It's
right,
only bad when you get knocked around.
Yeah.
yeah, true. Right. Anything else you guys could think of on rotation? I think we maybe
We
covered all of
didn't
it.
really talk about the opener, but it is a talent, and we are going to get to it, the Chi Brew. Because if
Yeah,
you are taking Chi Brew, that becomes a solid part of your rotation that you need to know when to use and how to utilize, especially on pull.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, we can talk about that really quick, just like the opener. So if you're running like Chi Brew and Chi Wave, those are two pretty standard things to run. On the pull, you can throw the Chi Wave. It has long range. It's gonna bounce around everything, and it's something you can press before you're even in melee range of stuff. So obviously you're pre-potting, you're popping your Chi Wave going in. Make sure your Ox is down before the pull. He can aggro things, so don't drop him too close. You're gonna have to, kind of figure out on boss by boss basis, like the best spot to pre-drop him at. One thing to mention too, you can actually taunt off the Ox. If you use your provoke ability on your Ox statue, it'll do like a AoE taunt around it. So that's a little trick you can use sometimes. After that though, like you're throwing Chi Brew to get your instant Chi. You can elusive brew immediately, like right before the mobs have even reached you. First global, you can blackout kick to get your shuffle up if you need to. If threat, like AoE threat right on the pull is super important, you could keg smash first and then do a blackout kick. But typically you want to get your shuffle up ASAP. And if it's a single
Yeah.
target fight, for sure, just get that up ASAP. Uh, anything
I
you
think that
guys
that's
would add to
something
that?
I feel like we haven't talked about enough. Is like how important
Hmm.
shuffle is. Like you
Yeah.
will see brewmasters just fall over, and you're like, oh my god, this goddamn Riani back at it again. Hyping up these trash tanks, and they just keep falling over, and like, oh my god, why do we ever listen to this guy? And most likely, if they just fall over, they're just terrible at managing their active mitigation. And that is something I will say for brewmasters, is that if you don't manage active mitigation, you are not a good tank defensively. Definitely not. Like both the Prot Pally and the Prot Warrior are, even to some extent, the Bloody Gay. If you don't manage your active mitigation well, you will live just fine. You will be squishy, but you will be just fine. Whereas a Brewmaster, if you don't keep up shuffle, if you don't use your elusive brew, at least when you need to, you are just gonna fall over. So the importance of shuffle is really important to state, and to not let it drop, unless it's in a very controlled environment or if you're parsing with rushing Jade Wind and whatever else.
Yeah, definitely one of those things where the standard play is just always keep shuffle up. If you're gonna break that rule, you should know why you're breaking that rule. It's not something you do, just cause. It's like your go-to should always be keep shuffle up. We should mention, I guess, what it even does, because I don't know if we even have, but 20% parry and 20% stagger. So one of the core mechanics of the Brewmaster, when you get hit with an attack, you stagger some of the damage, which means you take that percentage of the damage over 10 seconds. Every second you'll take damage from that. And with that purifying brew we talked about, you can remove all of your staggered damage. So if you have 50% stagger, you get hit with a 100k attack. 50k of that you'll take right away, and then 50k of that you'll take as a dot over 10 seconds. So getting 20% extra stagger from shuffle is absolutely massive. 20% parry. I mean, 1 in 5 attacks aren't going to hit you. Huge. That combined with elusive brew, you're getting 50% total avoidance just from those two things. That's another thing with Brewmaster too. Positioning is very, very important. A lot of your damage reduction is coming from mobs being in front of you, being able to avoid them. So if a little mob creeps up behind you, you're not parrying or dodging him. You're going to take a little bit more damage, and that's not what you want.
Yeah. I think we usually have an audience that is a little bit more engaged with the game and play at a slightly higher level. But if there's anyone out there who is listening right now and they're considering going Brewmaster, and they're maybe clicking some spells, but then they're turning their characters with the keyboard and not with not strafing and not turning with the mouse. I'm gonna be real with you. Don't play a Brewmaster. You can't use your healing if you're not strafing, and you're so dependent on positioning and facing well that you're not gonna have a good time as a Brewmaster.
Absolutely. A little off
So
topic, but when I was watching Dragon Soul videos from back in the day, I was amazed how many people were clicking everything. Like even Cata back then, I think MoP was sort of one of the turning points where players got a lot better. But man, watching even some of those Dragon Soul videos where the tanks were just clicking every single ability, man, it was tough. It was tough, but it's a new age now. Make sure you got all your stuff bound. Make sure you got strafe bound, and yeah, you'll be good.
We have the
Yeah.
tools, just gotta use it.
Yes, exactly.
Indeed. So Hydrax brought it up here with stance dancing on Brewmaster Monk, and as far as I understand it, stance dancing is dead in MoP Classic, right? A reason people would do it, at least back in the days, I'm not sure if it was just a private server thing or if it was on the actual MoP client as well back in the days. But you could stance dance into the away from your normal tanking stance into
White
the DPS
Tiger,
stance.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you would get two chi for every jab that you did, and that way you could build up stagger or not stagger, shuffle really quickly, and have like a huge timer, so you could use your chi on other things. As far as I understand it, that doesn't really work.
That's correct. Yeah. So on private servers, you could do that. It felt pretty awesome on something like Will of the Emperor, where you didn't actually have to tank the boss for 20 seconds. You could switch over to Tiger. You could pump a bunch of 2 chi jabs, get just 75 minutes of shuffle up on you. And unfortunately, on Classic though, you lose your shuffle when you change stance. So that's not going to be a thing. But yeah, it simplifies the gameplay. You just stay in Ox.
Something that is worth keeping in mind though is that unlike some of the other tanks, like Prot Warrior for example, you don't lose your vengeance when you stance down. And there is a world, not a world that you should likely be part of for the foreseeable future, but where it is a DPS gain to go into Tiger Stance. Very, very, very small.
We're talking about advanced stuff again.
Yes, yes. But it comes at an
Yeah.
enormous cost defensively. So realistically, don't do it. I'm just saying there is a world.
You
There are already
also
fights right now in tier 14. Sorry to cut you off, but
Oh,
you
no,
can
go
do
for it.
that without having a defensive a worry that you're gonna die. There are downtime periods where you could already do that in tier 14 a little bit.
Like where you like tank swap and stuff like that.
Where you don't take damage. You know that there are no mobs that the active big boss is not hitting you, and you have downtime.
Yeah. I agree with that. It's
Yeah.
definitely like more
Then
high
again, you
skill
would only
ceiling.
do it for damage and not for shuffle, so you have to keep in
Yeah.
mind that it's very little gain if you're learning how to, how to do the fights or progressing in general with a group of people.
Yeah.
And then of course if you have a stack of 30-second shuffle and you switch over, then you lose all of that and have to rebuild it again.
Yeah, but then we haven't dove into the chi brew thing, but it's having watched how an experienced monk does the on pull rotation makes you really like it's shocking how easy it is to keep the shuffle up if you want to. You just
Yeah.
have to track what you're doing and do the correct rotation, and it'll be up. But you sometimes even over 60 seconds very early into a fight.
Yeah, definitely. One thing to mention too, you cannot keg smash outside of Vox, so you are going to lose, your best ability, rotational ability. All right. Anything else you guys want to add to that, or we can move on to talents?
I think we can look at talents. We usually we dip into the rotation. We dip back into the rotation a little bit once we go over the talents as well. So I think that'll be
Yeah.
that'll be good in it.
Strix in chat also said dual wield effectively 1.5 charges, chance for 1 or 2 for dual wield for elusive brood gen, which I think that's what I thought was correct, but
Yeah, that's probably right.
We'll verify that too. All right, let's get our nice little Wowhead window open.
How are we feeling about
Alright.
the Wowhead section for Brewmaster? By the way, I have not looked at it a lot, but from what I know, it's a very experienced author. So I'm sure it's solid. I
Yeah,
want to get your opinion.
yeah, everything I've read through on there, it looks really good. I mean, the only thing I really disagreed with that I saw was like the whole haste versus crit thing. They recommended, I think, the 4,000
Right.
haste. I think that's not really
The ancient
worthwhile.
stone
But
tablets speak
yeah,
through him.
The good old ancient text. Yeah, we know them well.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice that people you get a flat read out of that and not really in depth or more advanced. So now that you have this new author who's doing the BDK and the Prot Warrior, and it goes super in depth in all aspects of that tank, of that class and spec, going to other authors and getting that flat level is a little. When I send people to Wowhead, it's usually to the BDK or Prot Warrior, but if I were to send them to those, other ones, it's a little less enticing for me, and I'd rather just give advice myself rather than say, "Hey, you can just go read the guide," and that's got everything I would say is already in there and more. So kudos to the other writer, but Brewmaster, in my eyes, when I read it first time, it was okay, but I wanted more.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like a really good base level. Yeah, nothing really jumped out at me as like being wrong. Just I disagree on the 4,000 haste thing, but other than that, seemed all good.
All right, that's good to know. Good to know.
So yeah, let's jump into the talents. So the first row here, typically you're taking Tiger's Lust. There are times you'd want to take Momentum too. This is really good while you're leveling, because you can, roll every 10 seconds and you have 25% for 10 seconds, and then for the next 10 seconds you have that 50% by just rolling again, before the buff drops off of you, because it'll stack up to 2 times. So this is also good on something like Will of the Emperor. During the dance phase, this makes it basically impossible to ever get hit by the dance, because you're just going to have enhanced movement speed the entire dance. So fights like that, I would go Momentum. You could definitely get away with Tiger's Lust there, but Momentum will just guarantee that, you never get hit.
Yeah,
How many
you know,
fights do we actually go? Sorry. Okay, you go first.
Oh, I was just gonna comment on the Emperor thing. Like, people might think that, oh well, this high speed of burst is gonna be really good for this fight. But in actuality, like, you can do the fight very easily without movement speed. So just having that little bit of constant movement speed is gonna trivialize the entire dance, and you're never gonna fail.
All right, you can do it on BDK, you can do it on any of them.
Yep.
But I was going to
Yeah,
ask,
right.
Subtle, you have probably, a fair amount of tier 14 experience at this point with Brew. How many fights or trash fights in the raids have you used Tiger Lust on? And thought, that's definitely the way to go. I need that.
Are you talking
Uh,
about the clearing the roots portion, or just like the
Well, just
movement
in
speed?
general, something that, yeah, obviously that's like the big benefit, right? Is that you have
Mhm.
that extra hidden mechanic in it.
yeah, it does have that like blessing of freedom essentially mechanic. Um, very, very nice. I can't think of like an exact moment. Like I mean, I use it like all the time. I would say I use it on like probably every single pull, but nothing's like jumping out to me as like, oh, this is like you gotta have Tiger's List here. But just having a, sprint constantly on 30-second cooldown is just invaluable, I think.
The biggest gain of Tiger's Loss is you can use it on your immobile Blood Decay tank.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, that's a great thing to mention. You don't even have to just use this on yourself. You can put it on other people. So, yeah, it can definitely be helpful. Uh, Also, other times like people in your raid might have to kite something like Garrelon, for example. You could throw it on your kiter. Not that they should really need it, but um,
I should have a camera on for this because I was smiling the whole time you're talking about helping other people with the Tiger's Lust. Yeah. Yeah, so I was wondering because I do have some people who are asking, what type of mechanics exactly can we expect from bosses that have that? Maybe, how some mobs have a slowing effect on you that also damages you. I know there's
yeah.
a lot of lore about abilities you can use that on to counter it with Tiger's Lust on encounters.
Um,
You know of any?
I don't know of any myself right now, but it's possible they're out there for sure. That is,
All right.
yeah, that is a consideration for sure. That was what was it? Syndragosa's breath kind of jumps out as something that I believe it was the Wrath version of toughness reduced the duration of like movement impairing effects on you.
Mhm.
And so if you had that, it reduced the duration of Syndragosa's breath ability, which reduced your attack speed. So yeah, mechanics like that where it has a like movement speed component to it, but like really the more important part of it is whatever the other effect is on it. Yeah, anything like that Tiger's List might be able to remove it's gonna be very valuable there. But I don't have anything off the top of my head right now. So next row, Chiwiv is kind of the default. I honestly haven't played around with the other two much, but Chi Burst situationally can be useful. You can do like big burst healing with that. I honestly haven't played around with the other two enough to really talk too much about those, but Chi Wave, it bounces around, 15-second cooldown, pretty standard part of your rotation. You press that anytime you have nothing else to press, you press Chi Wave, and then Tiger Palm's like the only thing like lower priority than that. And
so
then
you'd say you'd probably use Chi Wave more than the others just because it's also something you can use out of combat?
yeah. Yeah, Chi Wave is just kind of the standard, but there might be some fights where you would benefit from the Chi Burst.
I feel like Chi Wave is the like wrath of Mr. Pandaria, where you just see it slowly going towards the boss pre-pull and inevitably just land a little bit too early and mess up your pre-pot.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chi Wave is actually a much better tool than you might think. It does do considerable amount of healing as well if you are concerned about self-sustain. Damage wise, it is a lower priority than most things, but the healing portion is definitely worth considering, especially because it has such a low cooldown. The only other thing you would like you said, you would only ever really play Chi Burst if there's a specific use case for it. And Sense Sphere you can put in the trash.
So one thing to mention too, Alucard in chat also brought this up, was there are some mechanics where you actually don't want Chi Wave. So one would be Amber Shaper. There's a debuff. I can't remember exactly how it works, but it's like you heal them and it makes them take more damage.
The parasitic growth.
Yeah.
I think we have experience with that.
Yeah. No, yeah, we had
Why would it go on the parasitic growth target though?
It bounces. So Chi Wave.
Yeah, but it's proximity based. So if you are in a melee with a bunch of other melees and the parasitic growth person is out the raid, that should not be a consideration, right?
It's like an edge case scenario that happened to us as well, I believe.
It happened to us. Seen that? Yeah. Like it was just a thing. It's
very
happened.
edge case.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Something to consider. But another one would be on Spirit Kings. Yeah. On one of the shields. So we had somebody who pressed Chi Wave, I think like 10 plus seconds before a shield went out. And the Chi Wave happened to bounce back to the boss right when the shield came up and blew us up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another one. And it's sneaky because, like, you know, you press it way before the shield and you aren't even thinking about it after that. And it's still out there bouncing around a little bit and it just hits the boss at the wrong time. So that's the kind of stuff you do have to be aware of with Chi Wave. It can just completely screw you over on certain mechanics. But
yeah, another thing that comes to mind is Leishi when you CC the elementals as well.
Yeah, that'd be another one. Just breaks a paralysis or whatever. All right, on to the next one. So on this tier, typically you're going to want to take Chi Brew. This gives you 2 charges of an ability that gives you 5 Elusive Brew stacks and 2 Chi. So since it gives you 2 Chi, you can just use a guard anytime you want. You can use a blackout kick right away to get shuffle up. This is super, super good. And Brew is really weak on the initial pull because you don't have your stuff running yet. But this allows you to get all your stuff running ASAP. You actually, with the pre-pull changes, I think now we just start with 2 Chi also. So that is a big change that came recently. So that part, I guess the 2 Chi is less relevant than it was before, but the 5 Elusive Brew, being able to just have 30% extra dodge as you're running into a boss is great. Especially like a high damage kind of boss, something like Windlord or something. If you can go in with 30% extra dodge already running, that's awesome. And we talked earlier about basically the way you want to play with this is anytime you're about to hit 2 charges, or maybe you are already on 2 charges, you want to use it. and you'll just sit on one charge, so you're always able to get that extra chi for guard anytime you need it. You don't have to pre-plan for it or anything. Chi Brew's off global cooldown, and guard is also off global cooldown, so both of those can be pressed just at any time to save you.
Would you ever macro chi brew into guard and have that as something you can just always press, or is
Yeah.
that bait?
You definitely could. I tend to not do that because I'm kind of a spammer when I press something like guard. So like if I spammed that button, it would use both of my charges of Chi Brew.
Off GCD no cost, yeah.
Yeah. So I personally wouldn't do it just because I know my own habits and I know I would just waste Chi Brew stacks. And I have my bind set up so that pressing Chi Brew and pressing guard basically at the same time is very, very easy for me to do. That is something you could consider though, if you aren't like me and you aren't gonna just spam like that button and waste some Chi Brew. But
I'm gonna be real though. You probably should be a button spammer.
it's hard to get away from.
It's just better.
Yeah.
You don't even need to get away from it. It's just a better way to play the game. Never have to worry about any latency issues or anything like that. You're just spamming buttons as you should.
Yep. Also on this row, got Ascension. So this is one that scales really well. 15% more energy regen. So once you get higher haste levels, you're going to have more energy regen, and you'll get 15% additional on top of what you get from that haste too. So this can definitely be useful later on at higher gear levels. Chi Brew, very, very powerful early on though, when you have lower elusive brew generation and lower chi generation. And like we talked about before too, it increases your max chi by 1, so you'll have 5 total chi that you can bank. But you're gonna be spending it as you get it for the most part. You do want to bank 2 chi typically at all times though, just so you can guard anytime you need it. For the next tier, this is just kind of the CC tier. So you have Ring of Peace. Ring of Peace, it will silence and disarm things around the target. Note that it doesn't have to be cast on you. It can be cast on other people too. Typically, you'll cast on yourself, but there are situations you might cast on somebody else. This is insane for mostly dungeon stuff, like Grim Batol jumps out as an example. Lots of casters in there, and Ring of Peace just lets you silence them all day long.
In challenge mode, it's such a good tool.
Yeah,
I love when I have a Mistweaver or a Windwalker in my group, and I can utilize that as a tool for as a non Brewmaster tank.
absolutely. It does have pretty big competition though in Leg Sweep. Leg Sweep is very, very good too. 45-second cooldown, 5-second stun. So basically an AoE kidney shot almost. This is just stupid powerful, especially for like dungeons and stuff. It really depends sort of what kind of damage you're taking. Whether if there's a lot of casts, then silencing stuff is great. If it's a lot more like physical damage heavy, like sweep, great. If you have
don't forget that Ring of Peace disarms the mobs as well. That is also a damage reduction.
It does. How much damage reduction are you actually seeing from that though? In the past, it
in
hasn't
dungeons,
usually been
considerable
crazy.
amount. Yeah.
Okay, you're seeing a lot. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure on that because in the past, a lot of times it's been pretty minor damage reduction. But if it is a high level of damage reduction, that's definitely a consideration too. One thing with leg sweep too is since it stuns everything, you're just not taking any damage during that time. It does, as a brewmaster, let you set up a little better. So gives you some time to get some elusive brew stacks, get that shuffle up, stuff like that.
Yeah, something with AoE stuns in general, like leg sweep, shockwave, the list goes on. When you have a long AoE stun, it's gonna sync up all of the swings from the mob. So when they come out of the stun, they're gonna be a huge, wave of attacks going out at once. And there may be situations like on Empress where you're like, I could reduce the incoming damage a ton by stunning. However, if I don't really stack cooldowns when the stun is over, I'm gonna die. So that's something to consider as well when you are AoE stunning, whether it be leg sweep or whether it's someone else in your raid that's using an AoE stun.
Yeah, that's definitely good to be aware of in general. On Brewmaster, when you have so much avoidance, it's less of an issue. Like if you have 10 mobs that you stun, they all swing on you, 2 of them are probably going to hit you. Like obviously it'll vary based on your RNG, but one thing avoidance wise we didn't really mention too is dizzying haze, which you get from both throwing your what's even the name of it, the beer throw.
Egg smash and dizzying haze.
It's literally just dizzying haze. Yeah. Dizzying haze and cake smash. Yeah, with debuff they put up, it also causes 3% of attacks to reflect back on the attacker. It does not work on bosses, but it does work on like trash mobs and non-boss mobs for the most part. There might be some edge case scenarios where it doesn't, but in general, that's another 3% avoidance you're getting because those redirected attacks don't hit you; they hit the mob for a little bit of damage. So when you're already at significant avoidance, getting that extra 3% is huge. When you may have 80% avoidance between dodge, parry, and miss, you throw that extra 3% in. That's 3% off that remaining only 20% chance to be hit. So another thing to consider.
I didn't even consider that one in regards to the vengeance change that miss can give vengeance to.
Yeah,
I'm guessing that disproportionately buffs Brewmaster.
So I don't, for the 3% thing, I don't think it counts as a miss. I think it's just a attack redirect. So I honestly don't know how that works with vengeance, whether it gives you like the full vengeance as if the attack had hit you still like other forms of avoidance or not, but would be something.
But now it doesn't matter since misses do give you vengeance. No.
If it's classified as a miss, I don't know if it is though. But then for the next row, dampen harm, diffuse magic. Those are kind of the two. Typically, if like the huge damage you're taking is magic damage, diffuse magic is great. Dampen harm if there's a mix of physical and magic, or if it's just physical, can go dampen. One of the really nice things about dampen harm is it lasts 45 seconds. It only has a 1.5 minute cooldown, lasts 45 seconds. So it's only going to reduce damage of 3 attacks. Any 3 attacks that do 20% of your health or more do half damage. So this is really nice because these charges aren't going to get used on like really low random damage. And since it lasts 45 seconds, you can kind of cast it early and get more value out of it too. So a situation like Will of the Emperor, you cast it early. Like if you cast it right at the beginning of the dance, 20 seconds is going to come off the cooldown, and you're still going to have 25 seconds of your buff after for the tank phase. So that'll cover you for the whole tank phase. You'll get 3 attacks that do half damage, and you will have taken off a large amount of the cooldown during that time, so you can just use it more. So yeah, there's certain situations where you will want to like look to use that in advance. On multi-tank fights too, if you're going to be taunting off and on of each other, you could press it early while you're not currently tanking. It'll take a lot of time off the cooldown. You'll still have a huge amount of duration for when you're actually tanking. So
So how does this spell work with Dread Thrashes on Shaw? Does it reduce the entire thing or just the first 3 swings?
that I don't know. I did not play Brew on Shaw. Cow, do you happen to know?
No, I've just seen people use diffuse magic to soak up the frontal, unfortunately.
Okay.
But
Right.
I would assume,
Right.
yeah, I would assume since
Obviously, that's
yeah.
not
people
going to be a
need to
thing
do
though
that.
on live.
Well, you remember the
Well, I
advanced
don't say
play we were
obviously,
talking
but
about
yeah.
earlier? Yeah, we're not allowed to say
It
it here,
shouldn't
but yeah, you
be.
know what I mean.
Yeah.
People like to see gains of damage through vengeance over defensive, since they could just use externals. So
Oh,
that's why
Sure.
yeah,
I
yeah,
haven't
yeah,
seen
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Right,
now you
right,
get it.
right,
Okay,
right, right,
okay.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
I was saying obviously as in terms of like you're not gonna have to soak it because of the
Yes. The bug will not exist, therefore we should be able to have at least attempt to have dampen harm to see if it actually makes a big difference or not. But
yeah.
I suspect people will still not take it, so they can diffuse in both phases. I
It,
mean, if anybody knows
on the
a
big
monk that
magic,
plays the,
what's that?
if anybody knows a monk that plays them or played dampen harm on beta, then we can go through the logs and actually see it. But
Yeah. Like in general, I ran diffuse on all the like big magic damage fights, but I did
There we go.
I did think
Dampen did not work on Leishi's cast, only the
okay.
ants. All right.
Good to know. Good to know. All right. Yeah, one thing they mentioned in chat too, there is another component of diffuse magic where it reverses magic debuffs on you back onto the caster. So situationally, that can be pretty useful too. In like dungeons and stuff. I mean, there's plenty of times you could put something onto the original caster with that. For the last tier, we got the main ones are Tiger and Rushing Jadewind. Anytime you're doing 3 or more targets, Rushing Jadewind's your go-to. For Tiger, it sounds like there might be a little min-max here. For 1 and 2 targets, Rushing Jadewind versus Tiger. So we'll have to figure that out on the sim, like exactly when it makes sense. But for 95% of Brewmaster players, I would recommend early on for sure, while you're like learning the class, you just go Tiger. You're going to use this when you have high vengeance. It's dynamic vengeance or dynamic attack power scaling, but get high attack power, press it, and it'll do lots of damage for you. And then you don't have to worry about fitting Rushing Jadewind into your rotation. That's not actually giving you chi on 1 or 2 targets. You can just purely focus on fight mechanics. Your shuffle is going to be very, very easy to keep up. But yeah, you can get into some min-max later. Once you feel really good on the class, can get into some min-max later with the Rushing Jadewind too on 1 and 2 targets.
I was wondering on the Tiger though, so you said dynamic attack power. Does it scale with anything, or scale slash dynamically obtain stats from you, anything other than attack power on the Tiger?
I don't know for sure. I believe I saw it like missing constantly on beta. So that could have been a bug. Like maybe it wasn't getting your hit and it should have been. But I swear I
A
saw
lot
it
of
like
pets
getting misses and
were not
dodge.
like
Yeah.
getting hits and expertise properly now.
Yeah. So hopefully that'll be fixed because that would obviously help its damage a ton.
So would there be niche fights? Say 25-man Windlord. Say your main tanking is Brewmaster. Would that be considered a niche fight where you still want to take Tiger for the damage amp on boss, not Rushing Jadewind?
Ooh.
Yeah, so from
that's
what
pretty
I've
interesting.
seen, the top Porous Lords are running Swen on Windlord as well. I'm gonna assume that it's if they're able to cheese Vengeance enough to where they can drastically reduce the kill time by going single targets on the boss. Because the AoE damage is generally more valuable to the raid unless you can just like one face it, with two damage windows. But that should that should be niche, but and it's probably going to be more of a parse lore type
I figured it's
situation.
so the more classes that can AoE, the better people are also at padding. Usually, we get to a point without the tank vengeance interfering at all, so no rushing Jade Wind. Would still run into the issue where people are a little trigger happy to AoE even after the first recklessness is up. And that's why I was wondering, since I haven't played it myself, if that would not for parsing whatsoever, but just straight to reduce skill time and do as much damage as possible to the target, assuming that your raid can kill the second set of 3 ads, at the correct time.
Yeah, it can definitely be a little bit baked with the Rushing Jade Wind on that fight, because of when you have that high vengeance, you're just gonna passively cleave down the ads, and you're probably gonna kill them at an inopportune time.
Would you say it's similar then on fights like Elagon, where maybe the second, you get all the ads coming out of the intermission, and you generally have all the externals available, so you don't want to kill them. That way you can get the vengeance to hit the boss and melt him instead. Would you say that's another fight where you might not want to take Rushing Jade Wind just to take care of the boss?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah,
I
it
don't think
could
you'd
certainly
want to
be.
run rushing Jadwin there.
Yeah, I think it could be a nice thing though to survive in the last phase, like when you're transitioning to have that Rushing Jade Wind going on the ads and proc guard on the raid. But with the last phase working properly, I don't think that will really matter a lot. It's right now on the beta when you're not getting the buff and just taking crazy amounts of damage in the first portion. So it's not really gonna matter that much once we get the once we possibly get the working version.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to mention on talents there? Otherwise, we can do glyphs.
I just don't go
Good.
cheat torpedo.
Yeah. Good advice. All right. So for glyphs, Brewmaster has a decent amount of good ones, but very situational. Like we need to use them. So like Glyph of Breath of Fire, absolutely incredible for dungeons. When you Breath of Fire, you disorient for 3 seconds, stop spellcast. Pretty nuts. Um, can be really good. Obviously for raid, there's not going to be a whole lot of use for it. So you're going to be looking at other things. Fortuitous Spheres is a pretty decent just go-to one. When you go to low HP, you summon a sphere. It occurs every 30 seconds. So just when you're at a point where you need a heal, a sphere will spawn guaranteed. So it's one that you'll typically run. It's not hugely impactful, but it's just a nice little glyph, and there's not a lot of competition for that spot, so you'll often run that. Glyph of Fortifying Brew. This one's pretty common to take. Usually having the extra health from Fortifying Brew doesn't really matter. The time it would matter is if it allows you to get more Vengeance. If you're truly Vengeance capped and getting that extra 10% HP will just allow you to get more Vengeance. Something like Shekzir, for example. That is a time where it might be good to not glyph it. But in general, you'd prefer a 5% damage reduction over 10% health. But at the same time, 5% DR probably isn't going to make a difference with whether you live or not. When you already have Fortifying Brew going and you're staggering more and you have that baseline damage reduction and you have more health.
So, how do you feel about Glyph of Guard?
Glyph of Guard, I think it's completely useless at the moment. I don't
Okay.
I don't see a use case for it. Getting a very tiny increase in how much you guard and making it only work on magic damage. Maybe there's a fight out there I haven't seen where this would make sense, but
Well, that's kind of the point, right?
uh
You want it to reduce to not reduce the damage, not absorb. because you have a 30% increase healing taken when you have guard active. So if you have a fight where you're
Okay.
not actually taking magical damage, you can keep up the guard
Yeah.
and just gain 30% increased healing.
Okay. Yeah, that's an angle
that
I
should be
hadn't
a
thought
pretty-
of. That is actually
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah, good consideration there then. Yeah, I looked at
And
it
yeah.
as just you know, it limits what it can absorb and gives you almost no extra value from it. But
Yeah.
yeah, the healing angle on it, I definitely could see that. Glyph of Enduring Healing Sphere. This one's actually, I think, all right. Just with how orbs kind of spawn on Classic. Normally they go away in like 20 seconds. This makes them last, you know, forever. So with orbs being a little harder to pick up on Classic, I think this actually gained quite a bit of value because you don't have to, you know, get to an orb right away. Like an orb that might be in a bad spot now, it'll stay there forever, and then maybe that'll be an okay spot to be later, and you can pick it up at that point. So I think this actually has some value now. I felt like with the P-Server version of the Healing Spheres, it didn't really matter at all. But I do think this is actually decent now on Classic.
So
yeah.
and that does work with your orbs that you spawn, and it's not only from the healing orb spell itself, right?
Sorry, I missed that. What was it?
So it does work with the orbs that you spawn from your rotation, and not only the actual casted orbs, right?
I should verify that on P-Server. That's how it worked. I just kind of
Right.
assumed that's how it would work here, but
I mean, of course, then.
now that you mention it, I haven't actually tested it on beta. So
Okay.
yeah, it should, but verify that.
Right.
Another potential one, Touch of Death, makes it not cost chi. Normally costs 3 chi. Pretty hard to use. You really gotta like plan ahead for it. And usually Touch of Death is only usable in the last, you know, 0.2 seconds of a fight. One time it can be used a lot earlier and be really impactful would be like Garajal. When you get sent below, you have 3 ghosts to kill before you can go up. One of them only the tank can see. The other 2 everybody can see. So you can kill your ghost very, very quickly if you can Touch of Death it. So that is a use case for it, but it's not something I use a ton. Glyph of Zenmed, actually pretty nice. Normally your Zenmed, so it's channeled, you take 90% less damage while it's channeling. If you move, it breaks the effect, and if you take a physical attack, it breaks the effect. So being able to move while you have 90% DR, pretty nice. But it depends on the fight if you're actually going to gain value from that or not. If moving while you have Zenmed matters, but something to consider.
A use case for it would be that's really strong on is when the first phase of Shaw of Fear, when the Death Blossom is happening on the platforms and everyone else is hiding, and you want to reduce the damage taken while going around and catching all the orbs and everything like that, and you get the damage reduction while also being able to move. It's quite insane for that.
Yeah, that's a great example. Cow, any glyphs you want to mention at all?
No, I mean, I don't think there are many extremely useful ones other than the niche or case use situations. So we kind of went over them. That's why I haven't really said much. I do think Zen meditation is very good to almost permanently have it on over the others.
Yeah, it is one of my most used. I mean, typically I'm using like Fortuitous Sphere, Zen Med, and then the other one is kind of variable depending on what I'm doing.
And, it just frees you up from having to think at all. Like you said, you're a stammer. I am too, and I've encountered a lot on the MoP beta that I would just not have the glyph on because of the glyph bug, actually, that kept resetting our glyphs, and I would just move instantly and die where I should just live or my
Yeah.
friends should live.
Sure. One other consideration too is if you can move with Zenmed on, that means you can still pick up your healing spheres. So if you're stuck in place, you also can't heal yourself with your spheres at that point. So this unlocks that drawback. All right. Yeah, that's kind of the like standard build though that you'll run. Moving on to races.
Oh yeah. Just before we leave the glyph section, Alakar brought up a great point with spinning crane kick glyph. If you are not running Russian Jade Wind, oh my god, it is so rough to have the slow when you are spinning crane kicking.
Yes.
And on that topic too, you retain your movement speed enhancements while spinning if you precast it. So any moving enhancement you have on you, including momentum, you would just move faster with spinning crane kick.
Yeah. Yeah, so situationally, if you are using spin crane kick, this is definitely a must-have. Anybody who's like leveling a brewmaster, this is the first glyph you're probably gonna want to get. You don't get spin crane kick to I think like 46, but you know, it's definitely the most impactful glyph you get early on.
Yeah, if you're solo leveling the orb that spawns as well when you get to 25%, that one's pretty solid too. To the sphere, exactly.
The For the Wishes one, yeah.
The which one?
With a 4 2 wishes spheres.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
The one that you had on.
Yeah. Sure. And somebody mentioned Glyph of Detox also. Heals target for 5% when it removes a harmful effect. They mentioned Sulong specifically for that one. All right. Moving on to race. So basically top races for Brewmaster, it's going to be Orc if you're using fist weapons, which there are plenty available to always make use of that. Panda gives you the 300 agi. Simming, just with the default sim settings, simming against like medium damage intake. In pre-bis gear, they were basically identical, Panda versus Orc. Once you got to phase 1 bis, Orc pulled ahead by like 1,000 DPS, and then as your Vengeance got higher, it pulled away more and more. Obviously, the drawback on Orc, you have to be using fist weapons, and maybe the highest high level weapon you have is a staff. So there is that drawback. Panda, you should pretty much always have well-fed. Obviously, if you die, you just lose that, but hopefully you're not dying and losing your well-fed. So Orc is what I've gone. I know a lot of people are going Panda. Panda's totally fine. I don't think it's a big deal either way. I mean, even in like the best case scenario, you're looking at what, like Orc being 0.5% more DPS, 0.3% more DPS. Like it's not like a make or break thing. Obviously, for everything, Troll is going to be the king if you're fighting beasts. There's a good amount of beasts this expansion, especially when we get into Throne of Thunder. There are lots of beasts in there, so Troll's another one to consider. On non-beast fights, it is quite a bit below both Panda and Orc, but
yeah,
it's always king on the beast fights.
And when we say king, we it's so far. It's so much. Like 5% flat damage on all the damage you do. It's insane. I got so frustrated in tier 11 in Cataclysm because I played Orc the entire way through, and I'm like, oh crap, I lost out on the rank 1 on Chimeron, and oh wait, that would have been a rank 1 by 4k DPS if I was a troll. It's just insane how much damage the troll racial does when it's beast bosses, and yeah, it's the thing is, there's not enough troll bosses for you to like realistically, reroll 2 troll for the entire expansion. Maybe there is a use case for it on Throne of Thunder specifically if you're into parsing, because it's not really the hard bosses that are base bosses. So from a progression perspective, I think you probably still don't want to be troll, but it's more from a parsing perspective that troll it becomes a really interesting alternative.
Yeah, definitely. Something like Throne of Thunder would be weird too, because you aren't really gonna be able to parse till you have all that like Thunderforged heroic gear. But if you were absolutely
You're gonna
min-maxing
be
it,
able to.
yeah, they probably will make it easier, right? I gotta think. Um, yeah, if you want to absolutely min-max parse though, get all that heroic Thunderforged gear, get all the non-beast parses on like your orc, and then race change over to troll, get all the beast boss parses over on your troll. Easy peasy. So the other considerations, so for Alliance, you can also do Night Elf. You get 2% extra dodge. Pretty impactful actually, because we talked earlier about, Brewmaster having 70 to 80+% avoidance. So 2% might not seem like a lot, but when you consider there's only, a 20 to 30% chance you're even getting hit, that extra 2% takes a pretty big chunk out of that. So that is a consideration. I think in general, I would go Panda if I was Alliance, but I mean, I think Night Elf's fine if you do want to go that route.
Yeah, so for reference, the normal benefits from your racials is around equal to 360 stats. If you have an axe on an orc, that is 360 expertise that you're getting, like a gem, pretty much.
340, right?
Oh, 340? Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, maybe I got mixed up with the gem.
I
Yeah,
think
340.
340. Yeah.
But the Night Elf dodge is equal to 1,770 dodge or something like that. It's a lot of stats. It is a lot of stats in a kind of a bad stat, but it's still, when does enough of a bad stat become better than a
Right.
little bit of a good stat? I still think that I would go Panda. Even if I had to deal with the Panda animations, whatever. But also in a challenge mode environment, if everyone else is Night Elf too, you can make really good use out of Shadow Meld as well as a tool for that.
Yep. And should mention Blood Elf too. Alucard brought that up in chat.
Of course.
So for challenge modes, I mean, AoE silence, just busted. So good. It also gives you 1 chi, which is kind of sick because that's just a purifying brew anytime you want it. So you don't you can kind of, if you don't care about the AoE silence portion for whatever you're doing, you can kind of just think of it the way you do chi brew, where you always have that one stack of chi brew banked to do a guard whenever you want. You can look at the Arcane Torrent as, a banked purifying brew whenever you want it. Obviously, if you're min-maxing your damage, you're just gonna send that early, get that extra chi for a little bit more damage. But from like a prog like safety POV, just having that banked purify at all times is kind of sick.
Yeah, indeed. Also, just to comment on a little comment here we got earlier as well about the horde racials is if you're talking about best races, excluding parsing, it's Panda 100%. Orc is purely DPS benefits, and that's not quite true. Since your expertise is obviously a stat that you prioritize in from a defensive perspective as well, and if you can reduce the amount of expertise you need on your gear to get the gaps, that means that you can put those stats into other stats that also benefits you defensively. So it essentially just comes down to, when it comes to orc versus Panda, the 300 agility versus 360 expertise, which at some point expertise is going to scale better, but if you're at low vengeance, agility is going to scale better.
Yeah, I'd have to look again, but I believe the extra crit you were getting from having that expertise passive, I believe it actually did end up being more or less damage taken per second than the agility from Panda. I'd have to double check that, but I believe that's what it was, or it was about even. All right. Any other races to mention? I think that's basically it. Those are kind of the ones you'd want to consider on Brewmaster.
Yeah, I mean even like human and dwarf is fine too. You just you realistically not really gonna have a a sword or a mace, but there are weapons in especially the later tiers where you can make use out of it, and then it's as strong as pretty much every other um racial out there.
Yep. So for professions, I mean, it's gonna be the normal thing: engineering and blacksmithing.
What?
Engineering for all the reasons you know and love it. You get those nitros, you get the synapse, you now get Goblin Glider too. Anybody who's played retail knows how crazy that is. Very, very nice. It's kind of like Parachute, but it also gives you a big like burst of speed when you press it. So you can zoom around with it. You can certain knockback mechanics that would like knock you off a ledge. You can just Goblin Glider to get, go back onto the ledge and nullify the knockback. Things like that. And blacksmithing, I mean, highest passive stat gain. So you're going to get 640 extra stats from having blacksmithing to 320 secondary stat gems. There are other professions that, if you absolutely love them, you can get them, and it'll be a small DPS loss, but in general, engineering, blacksmithing for a really serious challenge mode focus, you could go engineering, leatherworking for the drums of speed, but that's really just people who are going for world rank times on that. It's not something, if you're just going for gold, not really something you need to consider.
I will say that there is one thing to consider though with leatherworking, and that is that you really don't have any good racer enchant until the 180 agility comes into the game. And right now, you will not be able to get it, I'm pretty sure, before MSV, meaning that you are going into MSV without a without your normal agility bracers enchanted. So that's something to consider, that you do get a little bit extra boost specifically for the MSV.
That's just day one though, right? Like a lot of people, by the time they raid or even like week 2 will be
Wait,
able to, or I,
everyone is not a racing hardcore progress gamer in here?
yeah, for sure. Everybody in chat right now, I'm sure, is gonna be in there in minute 1.
All 5 of us and then
Yeah.
the chat.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, on that topic too, we should mention Dancing Steel won't be available going in
Yep.
to MSV also. So
So what are we
you gotta
rocking?
tell
Are
us
we
what you're gonna
rocking
pick. Yeah.
the what's it called? Wind
Wind Song,
not
yeah.
Wind Song, yeah.
Yeah, as far as I know right now, Windsong is the best pick. It's crit, haste, mastery, proc. It's random which one it procs, but I think that's the best option right now. I could be sleeping on something, but I think that's what you go for. Because, I mean, we love crit, haste is great, mastery, but prog, who cares if it, occasionally procs mastery. Yeah, but Dancing Steel, we definitely want that as soon as we can get it, because I believe it was simming like maybe 4,000 or 5,000 DPS loss doing the Wind Song over the Dancing Steel. So definitely would like to get that DPS back.
Oh yeah.
Anything else you guys want to mention on professions?
I think we
One thing I
covered most.
will say for brewmasters is that since you like agility a little bit better on brewmaster than you do strength on other tanks, it is not that big a deal if you don't go blacksmithing. Like every tank should go blacksmithing, and obviously every tank should go engineering. You know, that's not even the question. But if you don't want to run it, it's really not that big a deal. Especially as a brewmaster and also a guardian druid, I guess.
I kind of
Who?
forgot to. Yeah, aren't there only 4 tanks? I don't
Yeah,
know what
we
I don't
covered
know
them
what a
all.
guardian druid is. I should mention it in the stat section. Like agility is good. It's not something you're gonna gem for. And obviously you can't reforge for it, but agility is very good. It's crit rating compared to agility. Crit rating's like 80% as good as a point of agility. The thing is though, you find agility at like half the value of crit rating on everything. I should say 80%. It's 80% of the value against like medium damage intake. Crit gains value. Like the more vengeance you have, agility loses value the more vengeance you have. But yeah, like you on gems, you find it at half value. You get 160 agility, or you get 320 crit rating. The crit rating's just better overall, but there are spots on your gear, spots on trinkets, stuff like that, where you do want to consider that agility is actually a little bit better point for point than depending on your vengeance. I mean, it's significantly better to a bit better than like crit point for point. So keep that in mind too. Agility is very good. We kind of get into the mindset of primary stats aren't that good anymore on tanks, but agility for Brewmaster is very good, as Rihanna mentioned, compared to how strength is for some of the other tanks.
Yeah, I agree.
Also should mention from crit rating, you get twice as much actual crit as you do from agility. Obviously on agility, you're also getting attack power. You have some agility modifiers that increase your agility, and you're getting some dodge from it too. But you do get double the crit value just going pure crit. And since on gems and stuff, you do find the agility at half value, you basically end up getting 4 times more crit chance from going crit than you do agility on like a gem by gem basis.
Yeah.
Let's look at tips and tricks. So mentioned earlier, like the Ox statue, you can taunt off of it to do an AoE taunt around it. That's one maybe not everybody knows. You guys got anything else like you've encountered? Any little tips and tricks people might not know about?
Well, I don't know about tips and tricks specifically. I want to be super obvious from just reading the tooltips, but it's worth mentioning. How powerful something like the glyph of breath of fire would be on in challenge modes. How good the glyph of some meditation can be on certain fights. Like specifically, like we mentioned earlier on Shaw on the first phase. This is more of a dungeon thing, but certainly don't forget about Clash. Being able to just roll out and Clash for an AoE stun is a really powerful displacement tool. And it shouldn't be something that you don't think about when you bind your abilities. It's like, oh, I don't have to press that because it doesn't work on bosses or whatever. Be comfortable with going with strafing, with going back and forth, and get comfortable with tracking all of your active mitigation and get good WeakAuras. WeakAuras will make life a lot easier as a brewmaster and tracking things properly. Ooh, and it's actually like Alakar said, the taunt does give a 50% movement speed to whoever you're taunting, so that can be situationally incredibly good, and can make a mechanic easier, but it can also increase your raid DPS to bring in a mob that you would otherwise have to wait for to arrive.
Yeah, the extra move speed is definitely a huge thing to consider. You can just get mobs to you way quicker. On the flip side, I mean, in the past, we've had certain things like, ping pong taunting, like Heroic Lich King during Berserk, for
Right.
example. That's a situation, it would really suck to, have the mob moving quicker towards you. So, something to keep in mind. But in general, it is really awesome that it just makes things get to you quicker. And yeah, if you're trying to move a boss somewhere, maybe you aren't even currently tanking the boss, like you could taunt to just help move that boss quicker too. Cow, you
I think
run
there's
into anything?
a lot of little tips and tricks for tier 14 especially, but it does have to do with mostly reading the tooltip. So one thing we haven't talked about pretty much at all today is Nimble Brew, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Agreed.
Nimble
Yeah.
Brew.
Nimble Brew, and in similarity, also the fact that we talk about dampen harm versus diffuse magic, but diffuse magic not only does it provide almost a cheat death for you for a big set, tank soak mechanic. Let's say even like a tank buster, if you will, like too long, you could consider that one. If you're taking multiple breaths and you know that the last one is going to probably kill you, you could just completely avoid that. But there is a second component to that that you touched on a little bit, that it removes the effects, or reversing them rather, on diffuse magic. I haven't really considered how that could help you, but it could definitely not just on bosses, but in dungeons as well, if you were running diffuse.
And let's
And
not forget about Transcendence either. Can be a very powerful tool on
that's challenge modes, yeah. You
especially
can also
challenge
use
modes, yeah,
it
but even raid.
in Heart of Fear. I've seen us use it in a good way with the, for example, just as an example is Zorlok platforms,
Yeah.
and such. It's not as useful for our off tank, but have seen it on other fights as well where he had used it.
Yeah. Definitely a really fun
We
one when
haven't
you
talked.
do get to use it.
Oh, um, we haven't talked the biggest external we give to the raid, other than the healing and utility, is an actual
Yes.
button. If you want to go
Uh-huh.
ahead, do the honors.
Yeah. Dampen or avert harm. Wrong harm. Avert harm. If you played a Prot Pally in Wrath, you're probably used to this. Is basically, divine sacrifice. Uh, it'll redirect damage taken by the raid to you. So usually you want to combine this with a cooldown, otherwise it'll probably be too much damage and you might die. So look to call for something with this. One thing I do recommend, if you don't already have this, have something that tracks external cooldowns. By this point, you probably should anyway, but this is the expansion where it just becomes even more important because there's a million of them. So make sure you're tracking pain suppression, vigilance, demo banner, rallying cry, hand of sack, iron bark, probably other ones I'm not thinking of right now, but you want to be able to track all that stuff so you can just really easily see it, call for it whenever you need it. Especially on Brewmaster, where you don't have that many personal cooldowns compared to like a Prot Warrior or a Blood DK. Brewmaster, I mean, you've got Dampen Harm / Diffuse, you've got Zen Med, you've got Fortifying Brew. That's it. You have your guard every 30 seconds, and you're really going to be reliant on those externals. All tanks are, but even more so, I think, on Brew, where you don't have as many personal options. So make sure you've got all that. And when you are pressing Avert Harm, probably make sure you got some coolies running with it so you don't just fall over from it.
It does also have a fairly small radius as well, doesn't it?
Trying to remember.
Yeah, you pretty much want to be stacked when you use it as a raid CD.
Was it like
I think it's
10?
10
Yeah,
yards.
10.
Yeah.
10 yards, yeah.
So
Yeah.
you just
So
want to
on
make
a
sure
lot
you're
of
hitting the
fights,
right person.
yeah, a lot of fights you'd really have limited use for it. But on a fight like Stone Guards, for example, when
Yeah.
everyone's stacked to an explosion,
Yeah. Yeah.
gonna
Everybody's gonna
matter.
be stacked. So on non-stack fights, I'd definitely be aware of that. It will cancel the effect if you reach 10% HP, but there is a good chance if you reach 10% HP, something else is gonna kill you. So
Yeah. Have you
be
had
aware of
the
that.
purgatory effect, guys? The purgatory effect just completely not cheating death and you dying through a lot of different mechanics, just one shot.
Yeah.
Which I think it's like a server batching issue still, even with a much faster polling than it was 5 years ago. So I don't know. I don't actually know if avert will kill you or not. So I wouldn't rely on that not killing you. That little portion of the tooltip.
Yeah.
I have seen it happen, but I'm not sure whether the last tick was just from a bleed or something, just pushing you
Mhm.
over. But I've definitely seen people die from avert harm.
Yeah. Yeah. Very high risk, high reward button to press, but as long as you're comboing it with defensives, you should be totally fine on that. It is insanely powerful though, if you are monitoring that. You guys got anything else for that, or we can do some viewer questions?
Sure.
Yeah, I said, unfortunately, I haven't really been able to put in that much time with the brewmaster, and so I'm sure I would have had so many types of oh well, you can do this if you want to increase your chance of death by 45% to get a 500 DPS increase, but we'll have to save those for later.
For sure. And the expansion pack, Brew Talk.
Exactly.
That'll be the next one. All right. Yeah, if anybody in chat has any Brewmaster questions right now, now's the time. Let us know if you got anything. And we are going to be doing the giveaway as well.
Giveaway?
Yeah, we have a little MoP Classic Epic Edition code giveaway that we're going to be doing. John F. Blizzard himself gave me these codes. And
Cool.
yeah, these are straight from the source. We're going to be doing 2 code giveaways, and we're going to be doing the first one in just a couple minutes. So yeah, be prepared. Now's your warning. It's happening very shortly.
Thanks, Irene.
Yes, thank you, Zarian. Transcendence on Dark Animus lets you ignore the Orbring mechanic for quite a while. Okay, good comms on that.
Set a reminder for a few phases from now.
Yes. Adding that on my phone right now for, I don't know, when do we think Throne is? Probably January? Adding it for January.
No way.
I mean, we got staggered raid release. That's the thing. So, like, look at, we're probably getting Terrace at the end of August, right? Because we're getting MSV first week of August. Probably mid-August is Heart of Fear. End of August is Terrace. And then that'll probably be what we got for 4 months, I would say. So I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. See what happens. But
Yeah, I mean, we're probably not
I
going to
think
get
around
release
January.
over Christmas. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it could be that either that or earlier in November. So we'll see.
Mm. Also to consider, I guess, like TBC Classic. Probably launching, I think, like early 2026. So
There
maybe
are the Reddit what do you call it? Nostradamus. The prophet has spoken a couple of months ago already. Yeah, it looks like it'll be early 2026 for TBC.
The Prophet.
Throne of Thunder January, TBC Classic February, maybe something like that.
That's what it's looking at right now. Yeah,
Okay.
or looking like I should say. So with the question from the chat about explaining the monk healing on a meter subtle,
Mhm.
If you could elaborate on that, and then I'll add another question on top of that, maybe.
Sure. Yeah, so Solomon's got a question. Could you explain monk healing on the meter? I've noticed your tank stance is on healing, but what is that healing coming from? It's just stagger. Basically being in ox stance is like staggering damage, and for some reason that's counting on the meter. That's my understanding of it. And so it's not really healing. Like it's like if on a prot where your blocks were being shown on the healing meter, basically.
More like defensive stance.
Yeah.
Like the damage reduction for defensive stance if that's shown on the healing meters.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's just something with how things are being recorded. The actual healing from your stances is not actual healing. That's just part of your damage reduction toolkit as a
Mhm.
tank. And so that can completely be disregarded if you want to track your healing as a
Yeah.
brewmaster. Yeah.
Yeah, you just ignore that sturdy ox stance healing that you see on the meter and just look at the other things.
Yeah.
So, to add to that question, what all healing, literally, what all healing does a monk give to their raid and not to itself?
What all healing?
Yeah, what kind of healing does the monk give to the raid? What actual healing do you give to the raid? If not, if you're looking at the meter and you say, okay, that this is a self heal and this is an absorb, what
Mhm.
actually goes to the raid of that portion?
It's
Um,
the raid guard with the statue with Dave.
yeah, you want to know like actual like HPS numbers though.
Well, I was more asking, yeah, about the scaling of. So there's like an attack power scaling where you do enough damage and it procs a heal, correct?
An absorb, yeah.
Or well, yeah.
You're talking about the
So
ox
you'll see
statue,
that
right?
on the healing meter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, it really varies like fight to fight. I'm trying to pull up my logs right now so I can give you an exact
Or do we know
answer.
the formula for it?
Yeah,
It
so basically the interesting thing that we haven't really talked about is that the you might think that, oh well, the more vengeance I get, the more I'm gonna be able to pump out guards. It could because I'm gonna do more damage, and it's tied to how much damage you do. So if you do more damage, then you get more guards out on the raid. That's not really the case because it scales with your attack power as well. So if you get more attack power, you need to do more damage to proc the guards as well. But of course, the attack power scales with how big the absorb is. Um, that can have some interesting effects as well, because that also means that on fights where you have damage amplification, like Windlord, like every boss in Heart of Fear, pretty much, you also proc your guard way, way, way more, um, which obviously increases the value of it by a lot. And of course, AOE, when you have AOE, that's it scales really hard as well.
yeah. So I just pulled up a couple of my beta logs. Um so for a fight like Stone Guard, this was 2 tank also, just because we each didn't have a DPS spec. Uh but absolutely a good solo tank fight. So on that fight, over 50% of my healing was the raid guard, and it was about 44k HPS just from the raid guard. So pretty damn good. But then you look at a fight like Fang, where you're getting a lot less vengeance and less damage going out. It was 8k HPS on that one. It was 27% of my total healing. So it varies a ton, but like the times it's good, it's just insanely good.
Yeah, and then of course, absorb is always going to be stronger than a heal is. So even in single target situations where generally bloodworms from bloody case do heal more, a absorb is almost always going to be a benefit over a heal. almost always.
So if you were to kind of say, okay, we have all these tanks are very utilitarian, but Monk specifically has like a more predictable heal. Would you say that's a better of the other tanks? Is this just a better tank to have main tank and maintain a higher vengeance throughout fight? Or like you said, kind of have a highest vengeance peak before a damage amp?
Yeah, I think it as long as that healing is important, it's not, you know, kind of redundant healing. It is absorbed too, which is awesome compared to like the bloodworm. Uh, yeah, I think it's very, very high value.
Yeah, you have to. You also, I think you hit the nail on the head with the relevant portion, because you can blast absorbs on a portion where it's really, really, really does not matter. For example, you have insane healing on Windlord, but does that healing matter? You know, I mean, during that portion, most of the healers can just AFK. The Mistweaver or the Disc Priest, they're soloing the healing during that portion. Your guards are like really, really, really whatever. So that's something to consider as well. That you don't always, even though it looks good on the meters, you really don't care about the absorb during that time. And so if it could be like a single target damage increase to have a Bloody K, for example, be pumping out um, damage single target on a fight like that, but it does reduce the amount of raid guard that you get on the raid. It's probably worth it. So yeah, you have to consider when it's actually useful. But I mean, realistically, raid absorb damage is generally going to be useful, but it's not always just instantly going to be insane.
Yeah, it also depends on like your specific raid too. Like there's a lot of raids out there that aren't totally min-maxing, and there's people that just want to play a healer, so they're gonna end up overhealing stuff. Like they don't want to, you know, they're a player that just wants to play Disc Priest, they don't want to play Shout Priest. There's tons of guilds out there like that where they'll be doing content that's very much, you know, 3 healable, let's say, but they're 5 healing it because that's just what their healers like to play. They like to heal. So in that kind of situation, obviously the Brewmaster's value is going to go down quite a bit because all that healing is just essentially wasted. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I think at the highest levels of Brewmaster, the extra healing it can bring is very, very valuable.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Did we have any more questions come in?
Questions are mostly yos in the chat right now.
Yeah, there's
so,
a lot of yos in the chat.
They're hungry.
Really hungry. John Blizzard is it's providing here.
Yannick asks, could I go crit mastery as monk so I have a stronger stagger effect if a hit is getting through, or do I need too much mastery to notice an effect? I pretty much would never really go for mastery. Just stick to crit haste. That's going to be the best overall for increasing your damage done and reducing your damage taken as a whole. The best overall approach. If you truly are just getting insta killed and you feel like there's nothing you can do about it, you could go mastery, but there's pretty much always something you could do about it, like calling for externals, using your own cooldowns better, things like that. So I would not really bother with mastery. I would look at what else you can do to survive.
Yeah, I agree.
Any worth on healing sphere use like Death Pact for DK? Potentially. There's some use. It does heal for a ton. You can drop them like on yourself. In dungeons in particular, I use it all the time. You know, going between packs, if I'm not full HP, I just drop a little sphere, heal myself up. running some of these Twilights in pre-patch with Pug Healers has been very interesting too. They aren't necessarily always there, and when they are there, they aren't always pressing the right healing buttons. So I did run into a few times in Twilights where I might be 3-manning a boss with no healer, and to keep the whole group alive, I was literally dropping healing spheres on my DPS and sometimes myself. So yeah, it is something you can look to do. Just to clarify for people too, healing sphere is an ability you can use, but it does also just proc passively from your Gift of the Ox. So there are 2 different ways to get healing spheres.
You can also pre-place it too.
Yeah.
Before the fight, in case I think it's up to 3 maximum, so that you always have something you can just go over in case you
Yes.
don't get any procs.
Yeah, that's a good comm too. Pre-dropping those can be very beneficial. All right. I think that's everything for that. So we're gonna start the giveaway now, unless you guys got anything else you want to talk about on Brewmaster before we do the giveaway and take a little break.
I'm hungry for Prot Pally right now. I'm not gonna lie.
We're gonna start the Prot Pally chat. This is one we've been excited for a while. Prot Pally wasn't in the best spot in Cata, and Prot Pally stonks pretty up, I think, especially recently with some of these tank changes. So really excited to get into this one. Obviously, you guys know TBC and Wrath. I played a ton of Prot Pally. It'll be very fun to get back into that. And let's just start off really basic. Riani, how do you feel Prot Pally performs overall? Raids, challenge modes? What do you think his strengths and weaknesses are?
Prot Pally are really interesting because I did not expect this, even with the buffs that we got, because I felt like the buffs were kind of minor. So I did not expect the Prot Pallies to actually have their stonks way up. For some reason, Prot Pallies are just invincible. They do lack a little bit in the single targets department for sure. But if you want to have an unkillable beast of a tank, that you will never have to worry about. They won't die. They just won't die. Then you will bring a Prot Paladin to the raid. You have a lot of good utility. You have, you're probably realistically only gonna have 1 sack as a Prot Pally because you're, reducing your own damage taken with what's it called again? Reducing the divine protection cooldown by 50%.
Sure.
You're really strong, right? And so you bring 1 sack, you bring a lot of raid healing and absorb if you are able to utilize your holy power or snapshotted sacred shields on your co-tank. And then of course you have divine protection. No, divine protection, divine DSAC. It's called DSAC.
Talk about
Devotion
Aura?
Aura now.
Devotion Aura,
Yeah.
exactly.
If you're a past Prot Pally player, just getting used to some of these renames and rebrandings is gonna be one of the battles.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, I'm really surprised. I was bringing my Prot Pally into a challenge mode run with some other streamers to just have some fun. We were doing a non-meta challenge mode run with only recently buffed classes. So we had like Demo Warlock, we had Prot Pally, we had Mistweaver Monk, we had a Windwalker Monk, I think, as well, and Enhancement Shaman as well. And I was just so blown away with how good they were defensively in there. And I'm like, okay, I need to test I need to test them in raid. I need to do it. And so we were doing a 10-man run on the Friday. It was late here in the EU. I set up my character because I wanted to try it on Windlord. And I was so surprised with the results of how good they felt. I kept playing it afterwards as well, and you could just survive everything. I'm really shocked by how good they are doing defensively, and I would not be surprised to see them represented in high end rating, even in the first rate tier. So TLDR, I'm pretty my stonks are pretty up on the prop pal for sure.
All right. So I have done very limited Prot Pally and raid. 25 man, like 2 bosses. That was it. This was before the buff, the 5% more DR and the Sacred Shield buff. On Stone Guard, I wasn't really taking any damage. Felt great. It was good. Then on Fang, I got insta killed just from him applying his little debuff. It like his instant attack, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Because on all the other tanks, it was just run of the mill damage, nothing special. And then the prop pally just instantly died. And I was like,
Are you talking about the shadow one? Sorry, just to clarify.
Just like his dot application thing. His attack where he like applies the stacking dot on you.
Yeah, which phase was it?
The first one, and
Oh,
also the
okay.
second one, because I got res. I like got insta killed, and then I got res, and then I got insta killed again from the same thing. And I was like, what is going on? And like on the other tanks, they just live for free on that. Like you didn't really need to think about it. And down probably like instantly died. I was like, what is going on here? But yeah,
That's why you only did 2 bosses, huh?
that is why I only did 2 bosses. Because after that, I was like, okay, there's no way I'm playing this, on race. It was more of a like due diligence thing on the last day of like MSV testing. And I was like, okay, I'm not gonna be playing this, so I'm just going on Prot Warrior Brewmaster, and went from there. But have you like looked at the damage reduction buff like before and after? Like I'm kind of wondering if like maybe it is more than it should be or something. Because I don't know. That Fang's encounter was just so weird to me. How it instantly died on just pretty routine damage.
I mean, if you want to send me your logs, I could take a look. But I didn't see a single Prot Pally log pre buff, so it's been hard to
Okay.
compare.
Yeah, I could show you that. Yeah, because I mean, it felt fine on Sogar, so that I've never even seen anything like that. Just how quick it died on something like inconsequential. Like we weren't going to crazy stacks or anything like that. It was just like, oh, first debuff application, instant dead. So that was a weird thing I saw, but
Fang does have a set of palms on him in that phase. His melees are really like unexpectedly hard hitting, as well as a dot if you're trying to stack that on you.
yeah, I don't
But the
know,
first phase, I
because
don't know.
yeah, it was really weird because I've tanked it on every tank except Guardian Druid, and all the other ones it was like, okay, yeah, he applies it, you're fine, whatever. Probably just instant dead. So I don't know. It might have just been a
So
really weird like one-off thing.
just to clarify, because I know Rihanna likes to do a sales pitch, and now everybody is a little interested in hearing the story of what exactly makes you unkillable. Can you go over the MoP beta change to Prot Paladins that actually brought them to everybody's radar for phase 1?
I'm sorry, I got distracted by the gameplay of me dying on Sulong. That is not supposed to happen. There must have been some bug there. Anyway,
Yeah, wait, I thought they're invincible. What happened?
it must have been some bug. I must have been some bug. Anyway, so yeah, so the change was that you have a baseline damage reduction as a prop paladin, which is originally 15%, which got bumped up to 20%. So an additional 5% damage reduction baseline, which does help with the some of the damage smoothing because you have generally only have really high survivability during the Shield of the Righteousness uptime. And so that does help out with some of that downtime between those Shield of Righteousness. But also another thing that helped a lot was the change to Sacred Shield. Sacred Shield got buffed by, I think it was 43%, which is not bad at all. Not bad at all. And it does do a lot of healing, especially because it scales with haste, it scales with vengeance, and it snapshots. So if you can play around it well, and you actually track your Sacred Shield, it does a lot of work. And the meta has kind of been to play with Eternal Flame. And the problem with Eternal Flame is that healing is generally always worse than an Absorb. Unless you're constantly, just taking very, very small amounts of damage in a controlled 10-man setting or something like that. But now with the buff, and now with people actually putting more thought into Sacred Shield and stuff like that, it is really changing up the survivability a lot. And I'd be surprised if I don't see more people play it. If I'm honest.
Yeah, the big thing with Sacred Shield, early on you don't have much haste, and it's a lot easier to use that than Eternal Flame, which takes up your holy power that you already have very limited amounts of. Cow, how are you feeling overall about the Prot Pally?
So I'm a Prot Pally main as well, just like you from previous expansions and retail. And this is the one time that I'm not maining it in phase 1. So my experience is limited to a 10-man, but mostly normal. But I have played it. I have, the UI set up. I've played it extensively by myself or in dungeons and not challenge mode. So in that perspective, it definitely is a big step up from Cataclysm, but we're gonna go over the things that are maybe little annoyances to me, but things that still affect Prot Paladin for phase 1 at least, before the big haste stack. That I don't know if everybody is gonna wanna. I mean, I know there's like a sales pitch for it, but I don't know if everybody's gonna want a Prot Paladin for phase 1 in 25-man. 10-man could be a different situation. So I'm mixed on it still, even after the buff for phase 1.
I
Okay.
agree. I don't think that everyone is gonna want one, or even if it's going to be a meta, pick for 25-man for sure. But I'm more saying that previously to changes, we would not have seen a Prot Paladin brought in pretty much any of the top 30 guilds. Whereas now I'd be surprised if we didn't see Prot Pally on at least certain fights or in certain raids. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely think there's a strong possibility. And it's just great. I mean, that it's even in the conversation is awesome, because we've played a couple expansions, where there's one tank that's just so far above everything, and the others are kind of an afterthought. So finally having an expansion where, there's actual debate about which tanks you would bring, and that, I think that's kind of refreshing. Nice change of pace.
I agree. Now you can honestly bring all 4 tanks and you'll be fine.
All 4, yes. No more than 4. There are only 4 tanks in the World of Warcraft. Miss of Pandaria. So let's talk about some changes from Cata. So people who may have played a Cata Prot Pally and were probably feeling pretty bad about it. There's a lot of changes that happened between Cata and MoP, and makes Prot Pally a lot better. We can kind of go around and throw some in, but I'll throw out the big one. I mean, haste. Prot Pally gets crazy haste scaling now. You have an ability where your melee haste reduces the cooldown and global cooldown of pretty much your entire rotation. So Prot Pallies just get crazy haste scaling. The more haste you get, the better Prot Pally feels. You start being able to pump out way more rotational abilities, getting way more holy power, which then lets you use, your holy power spenders more, and feels really good. Rihanna, you want to throw out some of the big changes that stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the biggest change is that you got active mitigation, right? In in Cata and obviously in Wrath of Lich King as well, it didn't really matter, what spells you pressed because you were ultimately at the mercy of the healers. Where it really is not like that in Mists of Pandaria. Your Shield Righteousness still functions the same way as in Cataclysm, where you need 3 holy power to unleash it. But when you do so, you get a 3-second damage reduction, which is baseline with mastery. I think it's like 40%, something like that. But it's realistically going to be higher with the buffs and if you gear for some mastery and stuff like that. And then it's been taken off the global cooldown. Praise be. Um, you already get lower GCD with haste. So I don't know if I told you. I don't know if I told you this before, but with enough haste, the Prot Paladin can get a 1-second GCD.
Wow. Are there any other tanks that get that?
No, they're all dead. And then your Word of Glory is also off the GCD and has had its cooldown completely removed. But you might not always want to use um, the Word of Glory, off cooldown, whenever you can, because, well, one, you are competing in resources with your Shield Righteousness, which is your active mitigation, which you want to keep up as much as you can. But also, when you use Shield Righteousness, you get a stacking buff, um, something Bastion.
Bastion of Glory, I think.
Yeah, there we go. Exactly. And it is stacks up to 110% increase healing, I think, at 5 stacks. And when you offload it, even if you're not at 3 stacks of holy power, you heal for a ton. So it's a good type of, in case of emergency type of heal, or if you are dealing with a mechanic where you don't really value the damage reduction that you have from Shield Righteousness. Obviously, we're gonna go into some of the talents, but that brings a lot of change to the spec as well, with a lot of new spells. Um, but yeah, baseline, the biggest change by far is the haste change, reducing the global cooldown with haste and reducing the actual cooldown of your spells. Because not only the global cooldown, but your judgment, your um, Crusader Strike, your Holy Wrath, it's all getting reduced, having its cooldown of the spell reduced by that haste, which is enormous. And yeah, everything else, there you have more defensives, you have um, more externals. We'll get into all that.
Cow, any of the changes from Cata to MoP really jump out at you that we haven't talked about?
Yeah. So I mained Prot Pally in tier 11 at the beginning of Cataclysm, going from Wrath to tier 11 with it, and having played Pally throughout all the tiers. The change in Holy Power and Judgment actually giving you a Holy Power as well are
Right,
also big
right.
changes that are gonna if you have played Cataclysm and you're fresh into MoP, you'll realize quickly that there is more to do now.
Yep, absolutely. Just overall, I think one of the best facelifts a class has ever gotten between expansions. Definitely up there. It feels just so much better to play. So if you were turned off by how it played in Cata, felt like it was really clunky and slow, all that stuff changes. It just feels light years better than Cata.
All true.
Let's look at the stat priority. So as far as stat priority, Riani, what are we looking at here?
Well, so there are some different schools of thought when it comes to starting as a prop paladin, which I think is really fun. I really like when there is flexibility in your starting and there is actual pros and cons. And some things might be better for certain types of content and stuff like that. Something that I really liked about um, the Bloody K in Cata. But you will generally have a defensive priority, and you will generally have an offensive priority. Um, it's we'll go with the general type of stat priority that you will have, and then we can touch on some situational stuff as well. But a you want a hit cap, obviously, and then you want to prioritize soft expertise cap. Traditionally, this is where people would tell you to go hard expertise cap. But I think that's kind of situational. I don't always agree with that statement. The argument is that you can parry your Crusader Strike, and Crusader Strike obviously gives a holy power, and your holy power is what you need for your defensive utility. Um, and there are situations where you not getting a holy power could royally screw you up, but that's not the rule of thumb. Um, and if you think about what hard capping expertise does as a prop pally, is there literally any other spell that it affects? It affects Crusader Strike. You can get that parried. You can also parry Shield of the Righteousness, but like the Wrath of the Lich King DK, you can just press it again. You don't lose any resources. You have a short cooldown and the GCD of Shield of Righteousness does not share with the other spells, so you don't put your other spells on GCD by parrying a Shield of Righteousness. And then there's literally nothing else. Hammer of the Righteousness really does nothing. Um, all of your other abilities are spells that only get affected by the soft expertise cap. And The Sims does back it up as well, that hard expertise cap is not as great of a tool as you might think. So my recommendation for the vast majority of bosses would be to go hit cap, soft expertise cap, haste. Then after that point, you can choose 3 routes. You can either choose to get hard expertise cap, which will be kind of like a balanced type of approach where you get offensive utility and defensive utility. You don't get the most offensive utility, you don't get the most defensive utility, but you have something in between. Or you could go crit, which is your highest DPS stat by far, and also benefit some of the healing aspects that you have, especially when we go into Eternal Flame, possibly later on. But also, you're healing from Arcing Lights, your level 90 talent. And, obviously, damage as a tank, that's something to consider. Or you could go down Mastery. Now, I personally think that Mastery is kind of bait right now, at least on Prot Paladin. But there are very good situations where you want to have high mastery. For example, on Shaw of Fear, where you can completely negate the thrashes by simply having Shield of Righteousness up, and a somewhat decent amount of mastery as well. and you will never have to worry about using even a single defensive cooldown at all during thrashes if you have it up. But apart from that, I'm not a big mastery believer at all. So, contrary to what the ancient texts would suggest. Yeah, so that's kind of the rundown in my opinion. Hit, self expertise cap, haste, and then choose your own adventure.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was doing. I was doing hit, then soft, then haste, then expertise hard, then crit, then mass. Doing that approach, I think I ended up with MSV bis maybe like 13% expertise. So I was like almost hard capped anyway. Still prioing haste, but getting expertise as the secondary after that.
Yeah. I'm not totally sure I'll go down that route once we get there. But it is certainly a option for sure.
Cow, how are you feeling about Prot Pally sets?
I don't know how modern of a thought it is to expertise cap, but even in Cataclysm, the thought process was always the same. I strongly disagreed with expertise hard cap and I never win it on the same premise that you are losing a comma point whenever you get parried. Therefore, you should definitely do your best not to lose it. However, it's like Randy said, it's a very common thing. The only thing that gets affected by it really is your either Hammer of the Righteous or Crusader Strike. Really, the rest of them are spells. They're not going to get parried. They can still generate holy power. And if you really are that starving for Shield of the Righteous, that's just something you're going to not be able to spam nonstop. For example, like you said, with the Thrashes from Shadow of Fear, it's not something you just want to spam. It's something that you want to prepare for, that you understand that you're going to use that as active mitigation with preemptive thought. So I do agree with that. And haste being the main game changer, really, especially in the early phases when you're going from really none to higher. So yeah, I wouldn't go for expertise cap or anywhere near it, to be very honest.
Okay. And so in general, going haste crit essentially is the idea.
I would say, yeah.
I think so, yeah. Especially since we're already kind of struggling with damage. We don't want to necessarily put ourselves too far behind the other alternatives, in my opinion. Also, the thing to keep in mind with mastery is that you it's kind of like it's a little bit lopsided because mastery is a really good tool to increase your defensiveness when you have shield rightness up. It increases your damage taken, or decreases your damage taken while you have it up, and that's really powerful. But your problem as a prop paladin is not when you have shielded rightness up. It's when you don't. And so mastery is going to do very little for you in terms of actually having a meaningful impact when it comes to defensive utility. It does bring defensive utility, even if you don't have it up. It does have the block portion still, but it scales very, very poorly as a non-shield righteousness uptime type of mitigation.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same. Like that baseline 40-ish% damage reduction that you're getting from Shield of the Righteous, taking that from like 40 to 45, it's not really gonna make a difference. That 40 already made you unkillable, most likely. So, yeah, I'm pretty low on mastery as well. Cow, any different thoughts on mastery?
Nope. I mean, it's self-explanatory, I think.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I think that it is it is also important to not forget about strength and stamina and stuff like that as well. Um, because obviously you have strength, you still have the things we talked about in the last episode when we went over the DK and the warrior. That's strength has really powerful parry modifiers, and parry is actually a somewhat decent thing to have because it means more resets of your Avenger Shield, which is your major damaging ability, and will often be the thing that differentiates a top pars between a 95 or below. And stamina is still, a really good thing to have to not die. Um, it is not, it's not needed necessarily. If you want to put it like that, you don't really pursue it like you did in previous expansions. But it is not like um, going stamina is gonna hurt at all. It's actually one of the most powerful defensive tools in terms of just surviving, but it offers very little in other areas, and it's something that you don't really go out of your way to get on your gear. But yeah, when it comes to like item level and stuff like that, it's generally worth pursuing item level, even if an item doesn't have haste.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about with stats? Otherwise, we can move into rotation.
I don't think there's anything else to go over.
Okay. Let's go rotation then.
One thing.
Okay.
DKs and warriors have repost, turning their parry and dodge trading into crits. Paladin does not have that.
Yeah,
And
not
they're the
until
outliers.
WAD.
Yeah, next expansion.
WAD Classic. Yes, we'll have
WAD Classic. Yeah, looking forward to it.
All right. Rotation. You want to walk us through single target and multi-target rotation, Rihanna?
Yeah. So rotation, I think, should more be labeled as a APL, an action priority list.
Yeah, sure.
A priority list of spells that you press. And you have a different priority based on if you want to focus on mitigating damage and keeping up active mitigation versus if you want to maximize damage output. So, surprise, surprise, Riani went out there and found a way to increase damage at the cost of griefing your raid. But yeah, so the normal kind of standard rotation is to focus on putting Judgment on cooldown. Technically, putting Crusader Strike on cooldown first is a defensive gain, but the benefit of putting Judgment on cooldown first is offensive enough to where you offensive gain enough to where you would want to prefer doing that. So Judgment, Crusader Strike, Avenger Shield. Obviously, Avenger Shield, if you have a proc of your what's it called again? I'm not good with the names here. Grand Crusader.
I forget that. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, when you have Grand Crusader proc, you want to prioritize that over everything else. And when you have a non Grand Crusader proc, you Avenger Shield after the Crusader Strike. And then after that, you prioritize your Holy Wrath. Then after that, you prioritize your Hammer of the Righteousness. And then, your active mitigation, your Shield of Righteousness, your
Did you mean
Word
Hammer
of
of
Glory.
Wrath?
Come again?
Did you mean Hammer of Wrath over Hammer of the Righteous?
Oh, yeah, Hammer of Wrath.
Okay.
Names. We're at it again. But your active mitigation and your healing, they're off GCD, so you're weaving those kind of in as you get the appropriate resources. And then during execute, you prioritize your Holy Wrath a little bit higher as well. if you have the glyph for it. There are some deviations, of course, like if you have a Holy Avenger, one of the talents that we'll look at later, where your generation, holy power generation is increased by a lot. Of course, consecration is above holy wrath usually. So you have Avenger Shield, consecration, holy wrath, unless it's execute, and then hammer wrath. Yeah. So it's actually a good spell now. Consecration just flew over my head because of the cataclysm mishap of consecration. Things change just a little bit when you go into AoE, but really, not a lot. Hammer of the Righteous is so low on damage. It's kind of wild how little damage it does. So, even on a multi-target encounter, you're like, oh well, I'm not really sure if I should use Hammer of the Righteous or use Crusader Strike. Honestly, none of the spells do a lot of damage, so you can use whatever. You just prioritize Consecration higher, and you prioritize non-proc Avenger Shield over Judgment and Crusader Strike / Hammer of the Righteous. And apart from that, nothing really changes. Your Holy Wrath doesn't do more damage if you have more targets. It just splits it across the targets. And so that doesn't change the priority at all. Yeah.
Okay. Question in chat was, at different vengeance levels, are you gonna change anything in the rotation?
It really depends. Like if I feel like I'm getting higher vengeance because I'm taking a lot of damage that might kill me, sure. Then I might go into a more defensive APL priority list. But if I have a lot of vengeance and I'm not if I'm not gonna be dying, I'm gonna be changing up the way I prioritize my spells a little bit. Crusader Strike, while it's good for holy power generation, literally does no damage.
Yeah.
It is wild. You can have like 200,000 attack power. I'm not exaggerating. 200,000 attack power, and your Crusader Strike does 30,000 damage. It is the most useless spell on the planet, and even if Blizzard buffed it by 100%, the damage would still not be competitive. The thing is, though, that you have to put a value on the one holy power that it brings. So even from an offensive perspective, if you put let's say a 30 or 40k value on a holy power, because that's what it translates into for Shield to Righteousness, Crusader Strike does not do enough to justify. Until you get to the point where you use all of your other high value abilities, and then you don't have anything else to press, then of course it makes sense to press it. But from an offensive perspective, you want to prioritize Avenger Shield first with proc, then Judgment, then Avenger Shield without proc, then Holy Wrath, then Consecration, then Hammer of Wrath, and then Crusader Strike. That becomes your offensive priority list if you want to maximize your damage output, which does definitely matter in Mists of Pandaria. But
yeah. We had a question in chat about which seals to use. I think this is probably a good time to address that.
Yeah, indeed. Seal of Insight is the only alternative. You can put on Seal of Truth, your dot, seal, and get a very, 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 very marginal, DPS increase. So obviously that's what I'm gonna do on Prog. I mean, shit. I hope my guild is not in here. Anyway,
Let me
uh,
ban them really quick so they don't hear this.
yeah. I think I've already taken care of all of that beforehand, so we're good. Um, no, but Shield or Seal of Insight is really strong because it scales with Vengeance, which does a lot of healing, Like you look at your healing breakdown, that is, if not the top, the second most healing spell, and it also increases your spell haste. So that means that your Eternal Flame and your Sacred Shield benefit from that spell haste. So it does have an additional defensive component compared to just the healing that you see in the logs. So definitely Seal of Insight. The ancient texts, they are correct on this one. You do run Seal of Insight.
And Seal of the Righteous, we had a question of whether or not it actually does more single target damage than Seal of Truth. I'm not sure if there's a attack power breakpoint for that, or is that true at all?
I haven't really looked into it, but even on AoE, the Seal of Righteousness is very pitiful damage. So
It's not a
yeah,
lot.
yeah.
One thing I don't think we mentioned it was that Seal of Truth actually does 80% less damage for Prot Pallies. That's one of the nerfs that came at some point. So that's kind of the reason it's not that good. It literally just does 80% reduced damage. So yeah.
I
Insight.
honestly think that reverting that to do full damage would be a good change, because right now the thing that Prot Pally has going for it is its defensive utility, and turning it into an option where you can go for that beefiness compared to the the good single target damage that you would have with a non-nerf Seal of Truth. That would have been I think a good thing. Give some agency and some choice, because every other tank pretty much has that choice of going full offensiveness or like full defensiveness, and like finding a balance there. Um, Maybe even seal swapping would have been a cool thing to do. Maybe twisting, who knows? Um, and yeah, I think that would have been a cool thing to see, and I think it would have addressed some of the single target deficiencies that Prot Pally has right now.
Mm-hmm. Uh, just to clear up for Excelsis, not a troll. Insight actually insane. Crazy scaling. For all the reasons Rihanna mentioned. The DPS seals don't do a whole lot of damage. The healing seal does a lot of healing. So just kind of better overall value.
Yeah.
Flex is asking about battle healer glyph. Have you played around with that at all?
It's a think kind of what's the disc priest healing called? The atone. It's kind of like an atonement type of thing for Prot Pallies, where instead of healing yourself with Seal of Insight, you heal nearby targets. The problem is that the glyph doesn't scale with Vengeance, and it already gives you a reduced healing done during the when you have the glyph active. So it never really becomes worth it, and it becomes much more about being a sustained tool than it is about giving your raid utility with battle healer.
All right. Anything else on like rotation stuff? Otherwise, we'll move into talents.
Yes and no. I think we'll cover a lot of the other things that is worth talking about in the talent section.
Sure.
Yeah.
Cow, did you have anything you wanted to add for rotation stuff?
That was a little extensive, and there's a lot
Yeah.
of things to think about from what he said, but I don't have a sim that I went to test what I did. Rather, it was just Warcraft logs and playing. So I don't want to add anything else right now, but I think that's
Okay.
very insightful, if you will.
Sure. All right. Let's look at talents. All right. So for the first tier, this is our mobility tier, as it is for many classes. I really like Pursuit of Justice here. Is there anything you prefer over that? Or maybe situationally?
I honestly don't vibe with Pursuit of Justice at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
so
the passive.
I was just gonna say one thing I like about it is it frees up your boot enchant to give you more haste too. Using the haste boot enchant over the I think it's mastery move speed enchant.
Yeah. But yeah, like 50% increased movement speed is like it is nice. It is nice. Don't get me wrong. But you can't really rely on the other portion of it, to have a increased movement speed when you have holy power. You can play around it. For example, on Empress or no Twin Emperor. Um, when you need to do the dance, but even then, I'd rather just run long arm of the law and keep pumping movement speed while also being able to offload my shield resistance into damage.
Okay.
Um, and the other two also have an interesting interaction with nitro boots. So that's something you also miss out on with Pursuit of Justice. That you can use Speed of Light and Long of the Law when you have nitro boots for an insane movement speed.
Is there any situation you feel like that's useful to have more than just the baseline nitro, 500 or whatever percent?
Yeah, so one example where it's kind of insane is like we just saw our 10-man Pepega group wiping on Sulong, but having a really really fast nitro boots and either long arm or speed of light into resetting your stacks without messing up the positioning of the boss and really does help a lot in that scenario. But other than that, it's of course more about covering distance. So it could be in when doing trash and stuff like that, or if you're doing challenge modes or yeah.
If you do go long arm of the law, do you feel like you still go the movement speed boot enchant with the mastery, or do you feel like this is enough that you can just go the haste on there anyway, and there's not really a trade-off?
I think that the base movement speed of the boots is kind of like during progression, it's worth so much. I wouldn't go out of it personally,
Mm-hmm.
but once you get enough haste, you can have almost 100% uptime with this buff, and then you definitely don't need it. And then the haste could certainly be nice.
That is a good thing to mention too. Like this, it just gets better and better. Like the more gear you get too.
Yeah. On a fight like Shaw in the first phase, it is really, really a powerful tool for running around and picking up orbs. I can tell that playing both Pally and BK, it was a lot nicer to play that fight on a Pally. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Looks like my Wowhead window is like frozen right now. Let me see if I can get that back.
Wowhead, huh?
The next one though would be the Fist of Justice, Repentance. Evil is a point of view, if you want to talk about those.
I mean, there's not much to talk about if I'm gonna be
Sure.
honest. It's kind of a very uninteresting talent row where I generally default to Fist of Justice, but Repentance can have its uses too. But maybe more so in challenge modes if you do not have like a second um a second what's that monk CC spell called? The
Paralysis.
names again.
Paralysis, yeah.
Paralysis, exactly. So if you don't have a second paralysis type of effect or sap or something like that, then that could be a really powerful tool to use.
Okay. Let's see. Next one would be Eternal Flame, Sacred Shield tier. If you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so you only have two options here, and it's Sacred Shield and Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame turns your Word of Glory into a new spell that does the same thing, as in like it does the same healing and everything, but it also leaves a healing buff for 30 seconds after you cast it. And this thing scales with Vengeance. It scales with your Bastion, your healing increase stacks from using Shield of Righteousness. It's it's a really quite powerful heal. And before the change to Sacred Shield, there would be an argument for running Eternal Flame for pretty much all content in the game. Um, However, it does fall victim to the fact that it is a heal. And as a tank, we always prefer to reduce our damage taken compared to healing up that damage afterwards. Um, the good thing about Eternal Flame is that it scales really well with haste. Both as a it will tick faster. Or does it tick faster? I think yeah, I think it ticks
I believe
faster.
it ticks faster, yeah. And the
Yeah.
duration, I think,
The
goes
duration
down
stays the
2 to...
same.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Typically, those kinds of
Um,
spells just happen quicker, like overall. Like the duration goes down and the ticks happen quicker, but maybe that one isn't like that.
I'm almost I'm 99% sure at least.
Okay.
And well, when you have quicker ticks, you have quicker regen of holy power. You don't always need to push that holy power into your shield of righteousness. Then you can use it as a really, really powerful raid tool, especially in a Talmud environment. If you can keep Eternal Flame up on several people, that now we're talking reduction of the need for another healer, because you basically become another healer. It is quite insane, but you don't really get to those values until later in the expansion. So for now, it's a situational tool, and it's more so a tool to use when you are going to be isolated during the fight and get limited healing, and where you value um, the self-sustain that it gives, but not a general, rule of thumb type of heal.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have the last one, the Sacred Shield, which got buffed now in classic version. I think it was 43%. Really, really, really quite powerful spell. It gives you a buff that lasts for 30 seconds. And during those 30 seconds, every 6 seconds baseline, you get an absorb. And this absorb is based on attack power. And so that means that if you have a lot of vengeance, you also get a fat shield. And not only does it scale with attack power, it also scales with haste. So while it has a baseline of proccing every 6 seconds, the more haste you have, the more frequent shields you get. But also what's worth mentioning as well is that every time you get a shield, it doesn't dynamically update with the current vengeance that you have. Rather, when you cast the original shield, when you cast the spell, the 30-second duration, that is when you snapshot your shield. So really paying attention to your vengeance tracker and popping it in a moment where you know you will have high vengeance. You can keep refreshing it all the time. It has a short cooldown, but it is something you can keep spamming. And so even if you have it up and you feel comfortable with what you have, if you get 100,000 more vengeance and you can just spend a global to increase the absorb of it by double, then you do that, and then you try to not reapply that sacred shield until it's about to fade or it's already faded. Obviously, that's important to keep in mind for when you're tank swapping. If you know you're going to be having less vengeance, right when you tank swap, you can put your sacred shield on your co-tank. You just spend a global, and then you basically put an absorb for several 100,000 on your co-tank, making them more tanky, which is an argument to be made for when you have a blood DK tank, which is, obviously just gonna fall over every time. So they need some extra help. But yeah, Sacred Shield. I really like the spell. I think it's great. And the one thing I will say about the people playing it, including myself, on the beta, I don't think they really quite unlocked the full potential of it because the WeakAuras are just not there at the moment to make full use out of the spell. And so there needs to be some more development going into that. And of course, I have my good friend Kaisman working on it, but for right now, there's just not good enough WeakAuras for it, in my opinion.
Okay. So feeling good about it already, but could be even better once we unlock
It
that tag.
will be better for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right. So the next tier, pretty interesting tier. We got Hand of Purity, Unbreakable Spirit, and Clemency. I imagine this is one you're potentially changing around based on encounter.
Yeah, so I mean, mostly you're gonna be running Unbreakable Spirit or Clemency. Hand of Purity is, of course, situational, but the other two are really quite hard to give up. Interestingly enough, Hand of Purity can be utilized very well if you have a Brewmaster Monk. Because the damage reduction from the ticking over time damage is indeed does indeed work with
Stagger.
stagger.
Yeah.
So basically allows the monk to not purify if they needed to, even if they're at red stagger during that moment.
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
Yeah. Can definitely be good on a fight like Empress when you're tanking the odds. So Unbreakable Spirit, this is mainly for reducing the cooldown of your Divine Protection. Um, having that 30-second Divine Protection, that's nice. That is very, very nice. Unless you really need a double bop or a double sack or something like that, then this is your default option. Um, having a reduced cooldown on Divine Shield can be situational. If there are stacks you want to clear, because that's something that Prot Pally is really good for. And then, of course, Lay on Hands is a good tool as well, but the likelihood that you're going to be using it more than once every 5 minutes is pretty unlikely. But yeah, it's nice, and if you get it, you get it. Clemency, on the other hand, is a tool that is very good, especially if you are not a Prot Paladin. If you're a Ret or a Holy, then it's your insta-lock type of thing. Basically just allows you to use your Hand of Protection, your Sacrifice, and your Freedom twice, which double the value, double the fun. And that's a thing that's it's worth keeping in mind for all the tanks, is that you can call for um hand of hand of sacrifice 2 times, not just the 1 time. But as a prop paladin, you really value the reduction in the divine protection, but yeah, it can be used situationally, especially if your other tank needs a little bit of love.
Yeah, for sure. Alucard mentioned too Hand of Purity on like Amber Shaper for the healing debuff. So yeah, just some different little fight specific mechanics you can look to get some value on that.
Yeah.
For the next row, this is the Holy Avenger, Sanctified Wrath, and Divine Purpose row. Personally, I've been playing with Holy Avenger. Feels absolutely amazing getting, 3 Holy Power every time you're pressing anything that generates, and you can just stack up a lot of Shield of the Righteous. Even get some Word of Glories out there too. Is this what you've been mainly using, or how are you feeling on this row?
Yeah, so Holy Avenger is going to be realistically your best option. There is a case to be made for good old DP. We love some DP in the chat here. But and if you are tanking 100% of the time, then in terms of overall smoothing of damage intake, then it will be your best option. While Holy Avenger will be very, very good in terms of burst smoothing. You can keep 100% uptime very, very easily, and keep and stack up a buff that you can keep for a long time after the Holy Avenger as well. But if you think about how you play a fight, you're not really tanking like a sim would suggest. You're not always on the target. You have moments where there's downtime. You have tank swaps. You have AFKing on platforms on Shaw. You have a bunch of moments where you're not actively getting use out of divine purpose, and the Holy Avenger cooldown is still going to be ticking down. So on a lot of fights, you will be able to have Holy Avenger whenever you start tanking again, and that's going to give you a huge boost for whenever you're taking over a target, and you can keep up you know, 30 seconds of shield righteousness, pretty much, which is huge.
Yeah,
So
especially some of the like most dangerous fights. I mean, like Shaw Fear comes to mind. Like, you know, your tank
mhm.
swapping and stuff. You're gonna have incredibly high uptime on the actual important parts of the fight, and I think that's the case for pretty much all the hardest fights probably in this tier.
Yeah,
Or
I
yeah,
think actually on Shaw of Fear, it's one of those times where it doesn't really matter that much outside of P1. I think I'd still you should definitely run it, right? But it's not like you're gonna have moments where you don't have a hand of or a shield righteousness up when you're taking a thrash. You're always gonna
yeah,
have it regardless. But it does help out with the smoothing of the normal melee attacks and non thrashed ones. If you do have the Holy Avenger.
yeah, for sure. Anything else on that tier? Otherwise, we can go the final tier.
No, just worth mentioning that Holy Avenger is slightly more DPS than Divine Purpose. So even if you were thinking about Divine Purpose as a damaging tool rather than a, a defensive tool, then Holy Avenger does have its beat there as well.
All right. And then for the final tier, we got Holy Prism, Light's Hammer, Execution Sentence. Historically, I think it's been, you know, you Execution Sentence on single target, you Light's Hammer on AoE. How are you feeling about those?
That's kind of the case as well, but these spells don't really do that instant damage. So then you have to weigh, okay, do I want the maybe 4k additional damage I could get on this on a pure single target encounter? You know, this is not assuming that there's going to be one ad at some point, just pure single target. Sure, you can get like 3k extra DPS. All right. Is that really worth the insane healing that Light Hammer brings to the raid if you have decent vengeance? I don't think so. Um, so I would really pretty much in every circumstance run Light's Hammer. And when I'm looking to maybe squeeze out that little bit of juice in my in my damage breakdown during progression, of course, um, then I could think about execution sentence, but yeah, Light's Hammer is pretty much an instant lock for me. Maybe there is some raid utility tool for Holy Prism for more consistent healing on a group, but I think Light's Hammer is the way to go always.
Okay, awesome. In challenge modes, have you found the movement speed slow on it to be useful? Any times you feel like you need to like kite around a little bit?
If you have it down, you don't need to kite around.
Okay,
So
easy.
yeah. Yeah, I was
Um,
doing the pull of, when you pull the entire room before Lillian Voss, and into the boss room, and you get literally max vengeance,
mhm.
and pop that down. You're doing 1 point whatever million DPS, and you're healing lay on hands every 2 seconds as well for the entire group. And it's a
Pretty
good time.
nice. Pretty nice.
It's a good time. Yeah.
All right, that's everything for talents. Let's look at glyphs now. What are the top glyphs that you
I mean, I
see?
wanna hear Cow's breakdown as
Oh,
well
sure.
of,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
where I'm going wrong here.
Yeah, yeah, Kat, did you have any thoughts on any other talents?
Ah, hello. Uh,
Hello.
yeah, there are plenty of opinions and plenty of places to pick this or the other in some cases. You guys had extensive talk about the Sacred Shield, Eternal Flame, and the change. I think Sacred Shield is really good for anybody to just take and kind of figure it out, similar to how it was in Wrath compared to Eternal Flame, where it takes more thinking power and you can just wog yourself anyway or your friend if you needed to. So it just gives you that extra layer of mitigation really quickly. Regarding Clemency or Unbreakable Spirit, I do think there's a lot of case use, especially in 10 man. If you don't have a second Paladin, that you would take Clemency over Unbreakable Spirit unless you can't survive something very specific with, you know, magical damage related. I didn't do Heroic Leishi as an example, I would say, or too long, where you could probably, really benefit from your own Unbreakable Spirit for Divine Protection, but Clemency does definitely have its case uses in multiple fights, so you might want to check either for another tank's Hand of Sacrifice or Bops are useful. Sometimes there are fights. And then the Holy Avenger versus Divine Purpose, I didn't once get a good grip on how much uh how much better it could technically be than Holy Avenger in some cases. I personally didn't have that experience at all. I just played Holy Avenger throughout. And then, yeah, for the last year, Light's Hammer is the go-to usually, but I haven't done enough, again, with the Execution Sentence and, Heroic Rating to see how good that is, but in 10 man, the healing you can do with Light's Hammer is pretty cool.
Yep, definitely. And short
Agree.
cooldown. Also, usually the big AoE damage happens in like burst windows. So something like Stone Guard, for example. So things. I feel like it lines up very well with the way damage usually happens. All right, all squared away on talents.
I think we are.
Okay, cool.
Think so.
Yeah, let's talk glyphs. Cal, you want to start us on this one? Like, what glyphs have you been running?
I tested most of them,
Mhm,
and, obviously, consistently, it's a Glyph of the Alabaster Shield that we're gonna get, right?
sure.
So what that does is it increase it when you successfully block, and increases the damage of your next Shield of the Righteous for free up to 30%. That's 3 stacks. You're usually not I don't know, again, in a heroic setting, on prog, if you would ever hold it as much as you can all the time, other than just instances such as Thresh where you'd use it. So you're basically anytime you block, you just gain damage for free. I don't know that you always want to hold it, you know what I mean? Defensive and offensively because of this glyph. It's just adds on for free.
Yep.
Glyph of Avenging Wrath didn't make a huge difference to me ever because we always talk about how very small heals don't do it, as much efficient or true healing that you need. It's rather like little droplets of heals and not really life saving for a tank.
Yep.
Battle healer, you mentioned earlier that insight doesn't scale with vengeance when you're doing that. Is that correct, Riani?
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't gotten any good results with it either, but I didn't nerd out on that one and look deep. So thank you for that one.
Mhm.
If we're still going, one by one, I'm just on the beta looking at the things. Glyph of Blinding Light. It's interesting for challenge modes, but I don't know if Riani, if you've tested it as an example and got a really good result out of it. It's a knockdown Blinding Light, which is a CC.
Yeah, but 2 minutes, man.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
as good as it is on retail. If people who play Pally are coming back, it's not as good. But having it on knockdown, I don't know how useful that is. It didn't help me any.
Yeah, I
Burn
personally
of
don't think
Feel,
it's worth it now.
yeah. There's just most of the glyphs are not very raid intuitive for you to use just any. So Burden of Yield is another one where your judgment reduces movement speed and of a target. That has not helped me at all. Glyph of Consecration, ironically, it basically acts like a D&D, and Riani touched on that a little bit earlier. I didn't say anything at all because I let him have his rotation thing. But Consecration actually does a lot of damage in this version of the game, significantly more than it did in the other one. So in history, in every expansion, Holy Wrath and Consecration are sort of our fillers. And in this one, Consecration actually does a lot of damage, even single target. It's kind of surprising how well it scales. So being able to put that anywhere you would like, basically, you can target Consecration anywhere with Cursor, similar to a D&D is what it becomes. That is interesting, and it does have its uses for me anyway, since Consecration is down to a very short CD now of 8. So, I found it useful, but,
Would one of the fights you
yeah.
find it useful be like Shot of Fear, where like you might be tanking the boss and the ads are, being ping ponged behind the boss, where your
Yeah.
consecration wouldn't normally reach it?
So think in the recent past and the recent expansions, every single fight you could ever imagine, it's kind of a similar situation where you don't wanna you're basically static in your own pool of damage, but then you could have the opportunity to if you've played both BDK and Prot Pally, you kinda know. For me, it's actually the same bind, and you kinda know how powerful it is to be able to cursor where you want the big AoE, and you can also place it ahead of time, so you don't, like, have to spend a GCD on that
Yeah.
while trying to do your rotation. You could kinda just prepare yourself with putting even ahead of yourself a little bit to where the mobs are gonna meet and they're all gonna get insta threat to you rather than any of your friends that are also in there with you.
Hmm.
So I was able to use that, on a few fights, and in general, anywhere in the world, it's kinda useful for any time you need to move. Again, with it being a very short CD, I can't say that it's a damage increase, but it can be if you know how to place it well, and if you know that a fight is gonna limit your placement of it.
No, I
Dazing
definitely
Shield
agree.
go ahead.
I'm just touching on the this glyph specifically. There is very very good situational use for it. I think you mentioned the obvious one with Shaw with the ads running around behind the boss and you putting down consecration in the place where you're not tanking because they wouldn't hit the ads if you put them on yourself. And that's consistently a really really high source of your damage.
Yeah,
Um, and another thing would be like if you are not on the ads in on Empress, you can still help out and put down consecrations with 100% uptime on the ads, despite not being close to them. So it's a easy one to overlook because it's like, oh, yeah, I want to cosplay as a DK, okay. But it's actually a powerful tool situationally. Definitely not an insta lock or anything.
Yeah, definitely agree. And a lot of people probably played Bloody King Cata, having that D&D, they've gotten used to how to use this kind of thing, and
yeah,
could definitely smooth out some of the learning curve if somebody's coming from like Blood DK over to Prot Pally
yeah.
kind of deal.
The key part for me using it, as opposed to the other expansions, because I always have like I said, it's bound the same bind as a BDK, is that it's
Mm.
so short cooldown that you can
Yeah.
not only does it do so much damage, it really does. You can not grief your defensive rotation by being able to place it multiple times in a fight without touching your defensive rotation, not altering it in order to just quote unquote do more damage. So that's called efficient damage in my eyes from that glyph. Again, in some
Mhm.
fights. Also, how many guys in the chat? How many of you guys actually jump every time you place a D&D or a consecration to hit more targets?
Yeah.
We love the Yamp
Pretty
tech.
important one. People might also remember that from like Mimeron in Wrath. If you jumped, consecration would actually hit the aerial unit. That was
Yep.
a fun one.
So your sphere has got this incredible interaction that somehow is still in the game years
Yeah.
later.
Yeah, not trolling, by the way, guys. You definitely, on these kinds of things, you do want to jump when you press them. You get a mechanic called leeway. It's like a lag mechanic, but it, helps a lot in PvE.
Yeah.
All right. Other glyphs that jump out to you.
Um, there was a case used for me personally with Selfish Devotion Aura. So Devotion Aura kind of reminiscent of our Divine Guardian or DSAC, more like Divine Guardian because it supplies you DR. So you can make it a shorter cooldown by a minute if you run Glyph of Devotion Aura, if you know you're going to take big damage, but that Devotion Aura is no longer going to affect your raid or team members, right? So instead of having it a 3-minute cooldown, it can now be a 2-minute if you plan your external rotation in a way that the raid doesn't need it, but you might. That is also something to consider, since again, the other glyphs You might not find 3 that you need for every single fight in the game. You do have some options. But again, it's only if you were not to use it for the raid itself and you need it for yourself.
Sure.
Yeah, it could be like on Lei Shi, for example, if you don't want to use it for the raid during the pushback phase and you use it as a defensive tool for yourself instead, then that would be a good use case for it.
Yeah.
It's only magical damage.
That's right. So that being a DR for magic only, then also another interesting one that I found using a lot is bringing Divine Protection back to its original form. So in Cataclysm, the Glyph of Divine Protection actually made it so it's higher DR but magic only. Now, Glyph of Divine Protection reverses the effect of the normal one. If you're running the Glyph, now you're reducing your DRs basically for magic and also physical as well. So if you pair that with the talent we talked about earlier, the Unbreakable Spirit, you gain a 20% all damage DR every 30 seconds. It gets kind of powerful. Well, actually, it gets really powerful if you don't need the other talent.
How often do you find that you like to run this? 'Cause, like, the baseline Pally kit has a lot of like physical DR on it. You know, with Shield of the Righteous, the buff from that giving physical DR, blocks giving physical DR. Do you find you usually run this, or it's more
Not so often,
situational?
but on fights like Will of the Emperor, where I don't know my teammates, I played on a pug. I'm very distant and disconnected from the rest of the raid, tanking one of
Hmm.
the big ads, the big bosses. I can't really use Clemency for I mean, I'm usually out of range and kind of in a way that I can't use if I were to use a bop or a hand sack, I wouldn't be able to use 2 of them most likely. Somebody would have to really try to be in my range for that. In those cases, then I would take Unbreakable Spirit, and I do pair that up with. So then you have another layer of defense. I don't
Okay.
know, Riani, in your experience in 25 man, maybe it's different, but in 10 man, it was really hard for me to survive in a pug on Will.
I've not personally done Will on Prot Pally. I've only done the Horror Fear and Terrace.
Yeah, so you're not gonna have a Holy Avenger for each rotation, and that's what set me off to fail, I think. Asking for externals, but the healer is not always in range at the right time, where it mispresses it, and then you're not looking at a smooth, um, long DR, so to speak, because Shield of Righteous is fairly short. So I just had that as well, and then you have it every time. 20% physical damage reduction on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely on that fight for sure. No real magic damage, just the room
Yeah,
damage or
the
whatever.
consistent small magic damage doesn't
Yeah.
really make a difference,
Yeah.
but the big melee hits, you'll
Hmm.
likely wanna have an extra set of defensive,
Absolutely.
especially if you're not a seasoned prop paladin, in my experience, 'cause I'm not, I don't know what's going on, with my teammates or with the
Hmm.
fight, 'cause I ran at a really low gear, so going in the first time, that definitely helped.
Yeah, definitely. What about
Yeah.
Double Jeopardy? How are you? Do you find this one useful at all?
Not on a
The
lot of boss
judgment.
fights, no.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if you guys try to run it, but I have tried, and again, in my experience, if you have 2 targets, it's usually not 2 bosses that are stacked together to make very important gains,
Hmm.
where you can get the other glyphs to kind of always be, helpful to you. Um, Another one would be Glyph of Focus Shield, which, similar to Cataclysm, you can make your shield hit
Yes.
1 target instead of 3, but you do 30% more damage to that target. So again, it's a fight like Windlord, where we have a huge damage amp, and you have a lot of vengeance, and your consecration already does a lot of damage to the ads, and you don't want to overkill because you are the more you parry, like Riani said, the more resets you gain on that Avenger Shield, and that becomes a big damaging ability for you. And that mostly depends on how many mobs you're tanking, but you can also kill those mobs. So if you're trying to do more damage single target and you're getting those extra procs, that becomes a very powerful boss scaling tool.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably the single most important damage glyph, right?
Yeah, it was also overlooked for Cata, but again, the ability to proc based on your avoidance is very good. A very good change.
Definitely.
I think that's
Sorry,
it for
the Hand of Sack one. Do you find that useful on Prot Pally? Obviously, it's really nice on Holy Pally and Ret Pally that don't really
not.
want the damage redirected onto them when they sack you.
It might be a little scary if you're main tanking and somebody else is asking for it, but generally, if you know somebody else is gonna take damage, and quite a bit of damage, usually you pair it up similar to the Brew Avert harm. You would just pair it up with lower damage income for you. So another person is tanking, then you'd use it. But I haven't really had any situations where I die to my own,
Yeah,
undertaking of this mission to save somebody else.
yeah, for sure. And people who played like Prot Pally and like Wrath or even Cata, they're used to the hand of
Mhm.
sacking, damage transfer part, know how to play around that. And yeah, in a lot of cases, I mean, you might not even be taking damage yourself at the time you're casting it on somebody.
An honorable mention, like I said in chat, would be Holy Wrath Glyph, which is similar to Cataclysm, where you don't really stun without the glyph many of the different mob types, but
Hmm.
your Holy Wrath will also stun elementals, Dragonkin, and Aberrations, which was useful for us on Spine in Dragon Soul. I don't know how many
Hmm.
fights in MoP, but if that's something that you know is a niche and you need it, that's still there.
Yep, definitely. Let's see. There was one other I think we
I was just gonna say,
skipped.
can we take a moment to just appreciate that we went through the section on Brewmaster and we're like, well, I mean, I guess you could run this one. Yeah, you could run that one. Yeah, this one might be good situationally. You'll probably run this, but it doesn't really matter. And on Prot Pally, like we still haven't touched on like 2 or 3 of the other glyphs that I think are like super good.
That's right.
Uh, like
Yeah,
when there's just so much for Prot Pally, and it is really fun to see. Um, in in from a damage perspective, you have a let's do a tier list, okay? So number one
Ah,
in the tier
jeez.
list, you have focused shield on single target. That is the biggest glyph that you have. In the A tier, you actually have Final Wrath as a glyph that does more damage when you're fighting a single target compared to Alabaster, which is normally seen as like an insta lock. Um, the Holy Wrath does a lot of damage. It does a surprising amount of damage, and assuming that you prio it during the execute phase, you are, it's your highest ability spell by far in the execute phase, higher than the Magic Shield with the
That is
Focus
true.
Glyph. Um, so that one is definitely very good to just have as a part to include in your standard glyph toolkit. And the next best glyph is, if you, from a DPS perspective, if you don't want to run, and then you don't run Alabaster if you run this glyph. If you go into a glyph of harsh words and turn your
Yeah,
shield of righteousness into your word of glory into an offensive spell, it does more damage than shield of righteousness. It tanks your survivability, but I mean, I'll probably run it week 2.
so we're getting into the advanced gameplay again, where you're certain that first of all, I agree it is a damage increase, but the way that I envision Prot Pally and what you take it for, at least in the first tier, even if it's not for prog, is mostly just to balance out what you're bringing from that second tank, right? And so
Yeah.
to me, it's always protection first for Paladin for sure, over damage, especially because the damage becomes lower as you're going, into MoP. You're maybe you thinking that you're gonna get a lot of damage from Cataclysm to MoP, but in phase 1 Prot Paladin, that in my eyes is not really the case where you can really push
Mm.
numbers above other tanks. That is a good point though, that you could run it. Just make sure that you are not going to die from the next attack that's gonna be aimed at you, whether it's a buster or just in general high stacks or whatever. That can kill you.
Yep. It can of course be paired up with Holy Avenger as well and Wings for a fat, burst. If it's we're kind of memeing on it. Obviously if you're gonna run it and you're tanking, you're probably taking a lot of damage. But think of a fight where you get high vengeance and then there's a tank swap, and then you don't really need your shield of righteousness. Then you could swap over into harsh words and do a considerable amount of damage, assuming you're not taking damage from some AoE ability to reduce your vengeance. Um, I I would have the glyph in my arsenal. I would not realistically play it. But it is an interesting thing to have and to flex in if you want to, play around a bit and have a bit of fun. Um, Another one we didn't really talk about either, which is really good situationally, especially on AoE, is Glyph of Word of Glory. Giving you a 9% damage increase after you Word of Glory with 3 stacks. Um, and you know, weaving in a Word of Glory during a damage amp window when you have Holy Avenger and Wings up on Windlord, or if you're dealing with a lot of ads, if you're fighting, let's say, Stone Guards, for example, and most of your damage is Avenger Shield and buffing up that damage by 9%. Not bad. Not bad at all. Um, so yeah, so many alternatives. It's really, really fun. And it mostly comes down to, do you need Divine Protection Glyph? No. Okay. Then which abilities will give me the most damage for this specific fight? And for a lot of them, it is holy. It's focus shield. But for a lot of them, it's really not. You have to play around with other glyphs, and I think it's I'm gonna be using the wrong glyph on so many fights in this open area, but it's really fun to see that there is some variance.
Yeah, definitely need some WeakAuras to remind the glyph swaps like we had
Yeah.
in Wrath for sure.
There is a tool by a person. So you guys might know him. His name is Faji. I
Who's
used to have
that?
my own per fight,
Who?
but yeah, he's actually got a new tool for this expansion. I don't know if Murphin caught up to that already. The antagonist, our beloved Murphin. But yeah, there are some people who have worked on these that you guys might want to check into, especially on
Okay.
Prot Paladin, where per fight glyphs were very important. Make sure you have Tome of the Clear Mind on you as well.
Yeah, gonna want to carry a lot of those with you. All right. Anything else on glyphs? I think that was pretty extensive.
I think we can leave that one for now. Once
All
we
right.
started dipping our toes into harsh words, then it's time to abandon the subject.
Yeah, you're getting canceled.
Yeah.
It's over. Probably Discord's
don't
gonna
don't
hate
link
you.
us in the Prot Pally Discord. Yeah.
All right, so professions, I mean, NG blacksmithing, kind of the go-to, I think, but there
Go
might be
next.
some how do we feel about herbalism? Getting the huge haste pop that lines up perfectly with Holy Avenger.
I saw someone talk about it, and um, like yes, with Holy Avenger, it could be cool, but I'm not a big fan of it. I think just generally having that raw, what is it, 680 haste is
640, yeah. So it's 640 haste from
640, yeah,
blacksmithing, and it's 480 average haste from herbalism. But then you get that
yeah.
synergy with Holy Avengers. So
Yeah, it's
they're
definitely not bad,
yeah.
especially when we talked about like how, in a realistic scenario, you're not tanking 100% of the time. And so then front loading those cooldowns to when you're actually tanking, not a bad thing. And so with the prices going up like crazy right now for for blacksmithing and for engineering and all those other professions, running herbalism is not a bad alternative.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I favor blacksmithing, but I think herbalism's also good. Any thoughts on that, Cow?
Honestly, I haven't thought that far. Looking ahead to the next phases, that could be a thing, for a little bit of tech on the Prot Pally side, but for now, in phase 1 for sure, my paladin will have blacksmithing and engineering. I do think it is something that to consider later on maybe, or if
Mm,
you're very confident and, you know, a seasoned Prot Paladin, like I said earlier.
yeah.
How much does the alchemy give in terms of haste if you're running with the elixir, the battle elixir with 750 haste and dodge 750 dodge?
I don't know the exact number, but historically it's been like split in half. So normally the like total value is like around what the average like stat value is from other professions, but then
Yeah,
the fact that we don't really care about the guardian half of it. You're only really getting
That's
like
right.
half the value on it. So
yeah. I mean, it's not like you don't care about dodge, like we talked a little bit earlier about the offensive aspect of it, of the Avenger Shield procs, and that, of course, at the end of the day, dodge is dodge, and damage reduction is nice. But yeah, it's definitely not a valuable um, tool in our arsenal. No.
yeah, for just getting the most haste, blacksmithing or even herbalism, I think average haste would still be higher by quite a
Yeah.
bit. And then I mean races, for Prot Pally. I mean,
Cow, of course.
yeah, obviously cow. Um, I mean, mine's gonna be Blood Elf. That's just what it already is. You get I can't remember. Is it still Holy Power? One, or is it one Holy Power yet, or is it mana? It's just mana right now.
Yep.
Mana, yeah.
Okay. At some point, it's Holy Power, I think, later on, but I
That's
can't
in
remember
retail.
when. Yeah.
Or because you dispel mobs and yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then for Alliance, I mean, I haven't actually looked at what weapons you use long term. Uh, is mace versus sword expertise ratio important to consider?
I mean, it's definitely something to consider. Same as every other tank, and as a human, you definitely get the most like you will cover your bases for the entire expansion with sword and maces. The Draenei, I think, is almost like better because you always have the hits,
Sure.
regardless of what you weapon you have. Um, the healing, you know, kind of whatever, but it's something. It's not nothing. Um, and then dwarf could be okay too. Um, you generally don't have like the most amount of maces, so you lose out on expertise for the most part. And but then you have the um, stone form, but anything that can be cleared by stone form can be cleared by bubble. So it kind of loses some utility there. And then, the damage reduction is not big enough to really justify going dwarf.
Is it off GCD at this point? The dwarf racial? At some point, it was on GCD, I think.
I haven't played Alliance in a very long time,
Same.
so I couldn't tell you.
Oh, fair enough.
But that's something to consider as well. What Eiffel just said is that your BIS gear reforging totally away from hit will pretty much overcap you. So in phase 1 with BIS gear, the Draenei ratio would be completely wasted.
Is it still the group buff version? I haven't actually looked
Oh.
at it lately. Because, you know, Alliance. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Was that a Cata change? I can't remember.
Was it Cata or Wrath? It was, yeah.
Maybe even
Cata,
Wrath,
maybe.
yeah. I don't remember. Yeah, so good thing to consider as well. So tips and tricks. You guys got any little tricks for the prop eye? See Rihanna getting a little excited.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much you guys are gonna enjoy this one, but it's time to go into the bank and whip out your good old trusted PvP trinkets.
Ooh.
Because boy, oh boy, are you gonna be PvPing a lot in Mists of Pandaria if you are a protection paladin. It is hilarious that if you have in your pre-biz set the 4-piece PvP and you have a blue item that has 458 item level, and then you replace that 458 eye level blue with a 509, I think it's 509, bis chest, and you're breaking that 4-piece, the PvP 4-piece, you get a 4,000 damage reduction, you get more damage taken per second, and your chance of death goes up by like 20%.
Jesus.
It is like you increase your item level in that slot by 50 eye levels, and you just completely gutted your damage and survivability.
Wow.
This set is kind of what makes Prot Pally viable early on. Because the thing is that Prot Pally is not really seen as viable because it struggles so much with haste. But if you get one holy power every 8 seconds, then that's effectively like a 30% haste increase that you're just getting from the PvP piece that already has good stats on it. The shoulders has haste and expertise. The chest has haste and crits. The legs have haste and crits. The gloves have hit and crit, so maybe not the best. And then the helmet, well, it's still good, but they could have had a haste. And then the helmet has mastery and expertise, but you generally run that as the off piece. But it is wild, and it is a thing that you are gonna be running until you get literally full biz 4-piece Reds tier. It's wild. So with that said, you can make a lot with a little. You can go into the first raid tier and pretty much have your full biz. You have 2 pieces of conquest, which is 4, 8, 3 item level, and then the next week you get the last 2 pieces. Of course, it does have the drawback of that, on your other tanks, you could have gone into other conquest pieces. But yeah, PvP gear is really, really good for Prot Pally's this rate here. Not to mention, like Eiffel just said, is that, if you want to, from a damage perspective, have your Bis shield. Your Bis shield is a 490 item level PvP shield. And you know what you need to do to get that shield, you need to get 2,200 rating in PvP. So let's hope that you've been practicing your around the corner and that you've been, putting in the work. Yeah, because if you want to get your full offensive biz, then you need the PvP.
I'll just remind you that it used to be the case for TBC, maybe not 2200 rating, but a lot of
Yeah,
us that played multiple tanks, we had to do that. Swipe or no, you had to find an alternative to get that gear.
indeed. It's back.
Do you remember the name of it? I was trying to pull it up. The name of the set. I was trying to pull it up for them on stream.
I mean, it's malevolent something. Um,
The big question will be, how much effort do I want to put into a prop? Me, not Cal, but anybody. How much effort do I want to put into a prop paladin for phase 1?
I mean, you go the PvP set like regardless, right? There's no way you don't, because then you're just not, um, you're not taking your character even remotely serious. Obviously, you don't go for the PvP shield if you don't care about, doing high damage as a, as a protection paladin, because it is a defensive downgrade to the dodge parry shield, MSV. Um, but um, but yeah, you gotta go for the 4 set. It is just it's just no way.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Honestly, I do love the PvP change where you don't lose any item budget from the PvP stats. Makes gearing a lot more customizable and I think better overall.
Yeah, indeed. Especially now with the change as well. Like if you start with your blood DK and then you realize that, oh, this is a garbage spec, then you can go into your Prot Pally the week after, and then we can get 8,000 conquest and just get full 4 set right away, and you're set in your shoulder, chest, leg, and glove slot for the next month, maybe more. So that is cool. Time to get into those LFG groups with fight mid and AFK if loose.
Yes.
Get the conquest.
So I have another question on that topic while we're at it, while it's hot. In your eyes, in your opinion, do you think there's a chance that Blizzard says, as active as they've been lately, they just go out and say, okay, I don't want to grief, and add PvP stuff into PvE, and then they just remove that 4-piece from working?
I could see that happening for sure.
I mean, they seem to take everything that I talk about and nerf it to the ground. So I mean, it's possible. I don't think generally though. Maybe they'll disable the bonus. Who knows? But pieces in general, no way that they remove that.
If we don't have anything else on that, we got some viewer questions we can do for Prot Pally.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a ton of tips when it comes to the Prot Pally, but it's
Oh, sure.
mostly like you need to start playing with mouse over macros. It's time. If you haven't done it already, it's time to get on that. You're gonna be using early on, maybe not a ton, but you're gonna be using your sacks, you're gonna be using your bops, you're gonna be using your salve, maybe even potentially, especially if you struggling with tank swaps, salve your co-tank. You will put Sacred Shield on your co-tank. Later on, you will put Eternal Flame on pretty much everyone in your raid. You need to have mouse overs for this. You cannot be the person that like clicks the frame, then clicks the button, and then click back on your current target, and all the globals you lose out on everything. Get on mouse over macros. you need to have them as a Prot Pally. Yeah.
Yeah, sort of on that same topic too. I haven't set this up yet, but I'm planning to basically move toward more of a healer UI on Prot Pally because, you know, the typical tank setup where the raid frames are all like off to the side of the screen, that's gonna make it pretty annoying to play when you're constantly trying to do different things to your raid and you know, taking your eyes off what's actually happening in front of you. So I think more of a healer setup where you have those raid frames more central is going to be pretty important on Prot Pally.
I
That
think so
sounds like
too.
Overanalyze, yep. In
Especially
the
if
Wrath
you,
days.
Is that
yeah.
what you ran? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I always have had the mouse overs for every single one. I also have an MRT call add-on or a WeakAura that any MRT style message with pertaining to your CDs will automatically highlight the frame of the player asking for it, and you'll get a a notification. You can add a sound to it just so you understand somebody is calling for
Mm,
one of your hands because there's 4 and they can
yeah.
all be used.
I think that's a good call for like everyone. You know, maybe not everyone is a tank in here, but or maybe not everyone's a pally in here, but by God, you need to set up your defensive raid trackers, and for them to be, you know, clickable, you can send a notification. And on the flip side, if you are someone who is giving out externals, you need to have the appropriate weak aura to, like Cow just explained, to give a proper notification to you when you get that message. It is going to be super, super important, and it's going to be super important for your warriors. And, you know, Cleo is probably, is probably missing some vigilances, I would assume, you know. Um, and I'm sure that a lot of you know, people that I play with as well, you know, I click my, you know, send notification and I just don't get anything. I'm like, oh man, they don't have the weak aura. It's time to set that up as well. Yeah.
Yeah, on topic of the cancel aura, one important one that's always been there for Paladin, but if you're new, just so you know, the cancel aura Divine Shield and then cast Divine Shield macro does help out a lot if you're using Divine Shield to negate a magical effect or just a very short immunity when a buster comes out. You're taunting a mob, getting the buster immune. Some of them can be, and then canceling it immediately after is also a thing, or to reset stacks, or there could be a lot of case uses for it.
Yeah.
But Paladin pretty much stays throughout. It stays true to its original form in terms of the utility tank, and I love that about MoP is that it's gonna make a comeback, especially in phase 2, I think. At least that's what the ancient texts have said,
The
and it's
ancient
going to just
text.
ramp up.
Yeah, definitely. Looking good long term for Prot Pally. And I mean even short term. Sounds like. Uh anything else on that?
I feel like there's so much, but yeah, I think we're gonna might be here all day.
Yeah, sure. Uh so we'll move on to viewer questions. We had a couple pre-submitted. If anybody in chat has other questions, you can throw them in there now too. So Kiwi and Apple said, if I played, or if I skipped Prot Paladin and Cata, so only played it in TBC Wrath, how much of a learning curve will I fall into to play good enough for heroic content clearing week 4 to 6 of release? I mean, I think you'll be able to pick it up pretty quickly. Just while you're leveling, you should, you know, kind of pretty well understand the basics, I think. Like a lot of the abilities, the same abilities still exist. They may function a little bit differently. So definitely like read tooltips and stuff. Like Devotion Aura we mentioned earlier. I mean, if you press that thinking it's gonna be what Devotion Aura used to be, it's a very, very different button now. It's not a passive armor aura. It's Divine Sack basically, or Divine Guardian. So just things like that. Make sure you're reading your tooltips just as you're leveling and stuff and playing pre-patch, just seeing how everything changed. But the biggest thing from Wrath to MoP is going to be Holy Power. We're now like a combo point class, basically. So You just kind of gotta get used to that part of it.
I think that your experience in Cataclysm is almost irrelevant to Miss Pandaria. So if you didn't play it before, I wouldn't worry too much about missing out on an expansion worth of experience, because it is still the very same. The things that made you good in Wrath will still make you good in Miss Pandaria. Using the everything we just talked about with mouse overs and everything like that, still the same. The only thing that changes is the way that you approach your active mitigation and your rotation, but that's changed from Cataclysm as well. So it's not really gonna make an impact, in my opinion.
Any thoughts on that one, Cal?
Yeah, no, I think we already covered that in a sentence. I think
Sure.
it stays true to its form. It
Yep.
really does. Most of the stuff is similar. It will feel similar. Learn the combo point system, and you're good to go. Just read tooltips. You gave it really good advice.
There it is. Read the tooltips. Although in Classic, sometimes things work differently than the tooltips might suggest, but
Oh, there's always
usually,
yeah.
usually you can trust them. All right, so the next one from Zoo for the win. I'm in a semi-casual 10-man group aiming for full clear heroics by week 3 or 4. I play off-tank Prot Pally. Our main tank is choosing between Blood DK and Brew. He first preferred the DK to avoid having 5 conch tokens, but is there that big of a difference between those two if I'm snapshotting Sacred Shield on him? We're mainly worried that the DK will fall over on fights like Shaw while doing weaker DPS. How you feel about this, Riani?
I mean, like we all know that Bloody K is dead on arrival. So I mean, it's I guess you have your answer right there. No, I think that Brew, especially now, is a very is a better alternative compared to Blood in a Taman environment, especially. But that said, what was the like experience level here as well? Because if unless you are extremely like at the high end cutting edge, it's really gonna make a marginal difference, and there could even be situations where a bloody K would feel better, especially in a 10-man defensively, because you can rely so much um, on your own active mitigation and your self sustain and everything like that.
Yeah. I mean, they're talking about week 3 or 4 clear. So,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I think they probably will clear things quicker than that because MSV is the only thing that's even available on launch. So, 6
Yeah,
bosses.
by
There's
that point, you overgear things enough as well for the defensive portion to not really be that big of an impact as well, compared to if you're going in week 1 with Priebus.
yeah. Uh, yeah. Either way, yeah. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. Just play whichever one you like more. But yeah. Any other chat questions? Otherwise, we're gonna be going over our really quick our reanalysis of where we think all the tanks kind of rank.
Wait, tier list?
No, don't call it that. Your analysis
I'm
is
calling it
great.
a reanalysis. Yeah, not a tier list
Reanalysis of the tier
of
list?
the ranking. Uh, all right. Ooh, let me see if I can pull up a little tier list. We gotta get that thumbnail, dude. Can start talking about it, though. For like S tier, how are you feeling for like S tier right now?
Yeah, it pains me to say, I did not want to see this day come, but we have a certain bear slugging, tossing master of a spec in the S tier. Honestly, mostly brought up by the fact that Bloody K got nerfed by so much. In addition to getting a small little single target buff themselves. Um, I honestly like, obviously, I'm a bit of a DK simp, right? That's no question. But with the DK nerfs, the single target damage increase to Brewmasters make 0 sense. Absolutely no sense whatsoever. The only reason why Brewmasters were crying out for a single target increase was to catch up to the even get somewhat close to the Bloody K. But now when the Bloody K nerf came in, they're all now there's even maybe even slightly ahead. On some fights they're really a lot ahead. I don't that's not a world where we should be in. Bloody K had, the niche that Bloody K had was their fat burst on single target and on especially short encounters, but that is gone now. So by default, that means that the other alternative, the Brewmaster, just moves up, becomes number 1. So that is my S tier pick. You heard it here first on the reanalysis tier list. Brewmaster S tier.
Wow. S tier Brewmaster, all right. Cow, what are your thoughts?
I don't know if I would, if I were to make a tier list, I don't know if I would put anybody at a S tier currently as it stands. Some classes got buffed, some classes got severely, unnecessarily nerfed. However, I don't think one tank is completely above everybody else in every aspect to the point where you can say, okay, I'll just always and forever have that guy. I think that you can definitely run multiple tanks that are not Brewmaster and still have a decent or good time, even on prog. And we're not talking the race to, you know, MoP Classic first. We're talking about anybody in the initial few weeks of clearing. I don't think you have to have a Brewmaster like you had to have a BDK in Cataclysm, or where we had BDK even in MoP earlier before the nerfs, where you're doing insane amounts of damage compared to everybody else, and that just makes you the S tier, as well as being able to survive. So I do think Monk is A tier personally, and I would say Prot Warrior is there as well currently. Those are my 2 favorite tanks, favored I should say, tanks for 25 for sure. In 10 man, I think there is a legitimate concern if you are concerned, right? And you want to have squeeze more utility out, and not in the Prot Warrior way, but the Prot Paladin way. That's also definitely viable. In terms of damage, Prot Paladin is a little behind, but I think you can still put that in an A tier because it does do really well in both dungeons if you're not only looking at damage. I would move the BDK down a tier from all of those 3, and then that concludes our 4 specs.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else
Yeah,
on the list.
those are all of them, yeah. For me personally, I felt like the Prot Warrior was just kind of a step above everything. Like the damage is similar to everything, but just that absolute invincibility on like the high damage intake situations with Shield Barrier, uh, absorbing almost 2 million damage on a 1.5 second cooldown. I don't know. To me, it just felt so safe. You get that huge utility from everything else. So I would personally say S tier Prot Warrior, but I mean, I also agree. It's not the you have to have it kind of thing like some of the other expansions were. Also up there though, Brewmaster Bloody K, Prot Pally, definitely all very good. I do think Bloody K probably is lower than Brew and Prot Pally at this point though, because I feel like the Prot Warrior on its own can just carry a main tank role so easily that I think is like better overall than the Bloody K. So then the Bloody K just gets downgraded because it's better at the main tank role, like, or Prot Warrior is better at the main tank role. The Bloody K doesn't bring anything for anybody else, and So yeah, to me it would be like Bloody K probably B, Prot Warrior S, Brewmaster A, Prot Pally A. Prot Pally specifically though, like really filling that off tank role. I think that's where it shines the most for sure. And then Guardian, I have no clue where Guardian fits in. I haven't played one yet. I've barely played with one, so couldn't tell you. And I don't think anybody
Yeah,
in
I
here
mean,
has.
all the memeing aside, like, you know, they're a fine tank, but they don't bring anything to the table.
Which is like the
Um,
biggest part of us, right? And MoP specifically, it becomes
yeah,
a big deal now.
yeah, and they have to be ridiculously overtuned. Like we're talking, you know, as the ancient texts proclaim, um, you know, they have to bring really very valuable scaling and high damage and really good defensiveness above the others by a lot for us to even consider bringing a, what are they called again? Was it feral druid? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up. Who? But yeah,
I think the biggest takeaway from this reanalysis, I'd say, is that Blizzard has the right to do whatever they want with balancing, and they showed it to us, led by no other than Zyrene himself and his team or whomever he's working with. They are constantly pushing updates and rebalancing things. I don't know if this is the last one we'll see for this phase specifically. Their wording obviously indicates that in the future, maybe it's next phase, maybe it's soon, we will have more retuning. So that's why making a tier list for tanks is great, but take it, you know, with a grain of salt, perhaps, because it might all change.
So for 25 man, what do we think the most run tank comp is gonna be?
Yeah,
it's hard to say what the most run one will be because I don't think people will necessarily always play what's the most like optimal. With how dominant like Blood DK was in Cataclysm, so many people are just gonna like they started liking the class and are gonna keep playing it. So I think that you will see a surprising amount of Blood DKs, even though you know, you have some doomers out there. Uh, yeah. Anyway, um, but I think most people, if they were to just have a clean slate, they would go for Brewmaster and Prot Warrior for the majority of the content, with there being a scenario where Bloody K would be better, and where Prot Pally would be better in certain circumstances as well. So yeah, I think general rule of thumb though, Brewmaster and Prot Warrior as the kind of, you know, meta.
I totally agree with that one for 25 men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't know that it will be the most common or not. I'm not sure on that, but I think at the highest level, like if you looked at the top, you know, 200 guilds or whatever, I think that's probably what's going to be most common. I can also see people doing like Prot Pally as well, since
Yeah.
like Prot Warrior is so good on that main tank role, and then Prot Pally just amplifies that even more.
Yeah. Not having raid guards or bloodworm healing, I think it's maybe a little bit sus, but especially if you're over healing things, which I've seen a lot of people do on the beta, um, then it's certainly fine to do that.
Yep. And 10 man. What do we think most common 10 man comp would look like?
Brew and I would say Prot Pally. I think Prot Warrior utility is reduced in 10-man by quite a sizable margin. Um, but um, but yeah, I think Brewmaster and Prot Pally or Prot War, Bloody K is also fairly fine because you put more value on the self-sustain that you have as a BDK in 10 man. But yeah, Brewmaster outscales everyone by a lot in 10 man. A lot.
One thing to consider too would be like gearing. So, you know, if you have a repose tank, they're taking gear that nobody else wants. Does that factor in for you at all? Especially on 10 man where it loots, you know, harder to
I
come
think on
by.
10 man it should, yeah. 25 man, not that much.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, 25 man, you got, you know, plenty of loot dropping and you got the bonus rolls. That will be, you know, one of the nice things for 10 man this time too. Anybody who played 10 man and Cata knows how, you know, loot starved you are.
Yeah, anything for, you know, arguably for 10 man though, you know, as a, you know, Prot Pally, we were talking about it earlier with the PvP set, you know, that is a really nice way to just have free gear right away. You don't really have to worry about the distribution there. You can just always prior your Prot Pally last on the tier and not have to worry about it. Account set from the week 2 forward.
Yeah. Cow, any thoughts on the 10 man comp? Most likely
I think
to be run?
we summed it up fairly well.
Okay.
I said the same thing earlier. I think as Riani is, I think Brewmaster and then Prot War or Paladin is more than acceptable, with Brew being the main person. I don't know if I call it a main tank, right? But the staple in the comp, where the other two block tanks are very utilitarian. But Brew, to me, from everything I've seen so far on the VODs of people and on the Warcraft logs, that it does make a big difference and is a good staple for your comp. Now, you said about gear, you talked about that and asked it. Is that something that you should consider? Is the question is, are you going to clear the content in week 1? Are you confident? Is everybody really, really confident? Do you want to maybe have a slightly worse comp, but get a better return for your gear because you'll be able to split it better? I don't know if more casual or dad guilds are going to do that as well for 10 man especially, but I don't think it matters for 25 as much. In 10 man, it seems like the individual responsibility of everybody and what they bring to the table is highly important compared to 25.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Yeah, so there you have it. Bloody K stonks down. Other tank stonks up.
Cyrene.
But, I mean, I do think we will see more balance changes. I don't think we saw the last of those. We still have about a month until MSV comes out. So I would guess in that month we probably see some more stuff. But we'll see.
We will indeed.
All right, guys. Anything else you want to talk about for Prot Pally before we do the final giveaway?
Wait, giveaway?
Yep. We got
Did someone
another.
say exclamation point yo?
We got another MoP Classic Epic Edition key to give away here. All right. I'm gonna throw. We're gonna throw the last giveaway up here. 1 second. Troll is so hard. All right, guys, we're going to give you a few minutes to get in. You need to type exclamation point raffle to get in. Again, that is exclamation point raffle. And good luck. May the luckiest person win. Part of this, you get a Shot Touch Tiger, looks pretty sick. You get a Shot Touch Cloud Serpent, looks sick. You might get game time. Do you guys know for sure? I think you get 1 month of game time, maybe.
The Epic Edition
that?
should have a 85 boost and 30 days game
Oh,
time.
and 85 boost. I forgot about that. Yes. Yes.
Yo, I need to win this, okay? Stop typing in
Rihanna's
chat
not
right
gonna
now.
be able to
Stop
play.
typing. I need
the
85
second cow
boost.
viewer.
He needs the 1 month, otherwise he can't play MoP.
Oh no, I'm gonna miss the release. I'm gonna miss the race.
Again, it's exclamation point raffle if you want to get included on this. Ooh, I'm not actually sure. Do they have to be in my chat also?
Someone from Cal's chat won the last one, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna get a
Yeah,
second
with
cowboy here, hopefully.
the shared
No.
chat, it looks good.
We're gonna have the Rihanna host you know, get the win here.
It would be big, would be big. All right, guys. I'm going to give you like 20 more seconds. Make sure you type exclamation point raffle if you want to be included on this. And then we're picking a winner. All right, you guys got 5 seconds. Exclamation point raffle. And here we go. Okay, we're closing it down. We're picking a winner. Good luck.
Come on, man. Come on. This is it.
Oh, Yent. It's Yent.
Oh,
To be
my
fair,
Lord.
he's
It's
viewer of
rigged.
all 3 channels. But yeah, it is rigged.
It is rigged.
Absolutely rigged, dude. That's crazy. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. Congrats, Yent. Let's see. Yeah, just say something in chat for me really quick so I can whisper you easily. All right. I will get Yente's key, but thank you guys for joining us for another Tank Talk. That went crazy long. I didn't expect it to go that long. Appreciate
Right.
I mean, our last one was our last one like 3 hours? I don't know how we got here.
I think it was 340, wasn't it?
Oh, 340 maybe. Yeah. Went longer on this one. I thought we'd have less to say on this, but yeah. Thanks for joining us, guys. Thank you, Rihanna and Cow, as always, for joining, giving excellent insights. Rihanna, you want to plug your, Twitch, YouTube, Discord, whatever you got going on, and I will also have those in the video description at the end too.
Yeah, I mean, if you're here on Subtles or Cow's stream, like, this goes for everyone, of course, depending, regardless of whose stream you're in. Just click on the other person's. We're sharing we're co-streaming right now, so you can just click on my stream and follow. You can click on Subtle stream and follow. You can click on Cow stream and follow. It's perfect. It's perfect. Yeah. Obviously Twitch, a little bit of YouTube. I'm gonna try to get a little bit more up on going on YouTube. Been kind of slacking a little bit lately because I've been working really hard on the Wowhead guides, which that is another thing to mention as well. I write the Wowhead section for BDK and Prot Warrior on Wowhead, which I've spent a lot of time working on, and BIS lists are submitted. For all phases and pre-bis and all of that. So that will be coming out soon enough. So make sure to go in and give it a little rating. Give it a little 5 stars. That'd be very nice of you. The last thing I would plug is my Discord, which I think is a great place on the internet. Like I'm kind of glazing my the community that we got going, but honestly, like, there's more theory crafting in there than a lot of the other class discords on, you know, for the other tanks. So I would recommend joining and having some fun talking about tanks and sharing what we find and stuff like that. So that'd be a place to be for sure.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, make sure you rate Riani's guide. Try to get him the highest rating a Wowhead guide's ever gotten to. I don't know what the record is. I always see like very few like votes on them though. Like maybe like 10 to 20. So let's get that into the hundreds, triple digit.
That would be cool. I think we're already at like in the 30s, maybe
Ooh,
close to 40 on the overview section. So we're getting there slowly but surely.
easy, easy. It was just like 20% of the people watching right now. Go vote on that. We can hit 100 easy. All right. Cow, plug your Twitch, plug your YouTube, Discord, all that stuff.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I also run a Discord, not at an enormous community level, but we do have our own theory crafting, non-toxic, non-class specific Discord. Bring up whatever you'd like, classic wise. It's all good. DPS stuff as well, healer. It's always fun. The other thing is the YouTube that I run is not monetary even, but it has all the VODs of all the raids we've done on beta, the Who Guild on NA. And I know, unfortunately, Riani's not able to share his, and Saddle has his Twitch stuff, but perhaps not the full VODs. That is the one place where you can find a tank overview of, not an overview, but a detailed run. And you have timestamps, you can go to whatever you want, pick Shekzir, pick whichever fight, and just see what happened in real time for us and not an edited video. So
Yep.
I'll link that just in case. But yeah, just come hang out. Why not? Make sure you do follow the other tanks as well. Any of the 3 channels, we're all tanking here, all bringing up ideas, and it's very fruitful. I think these tank talks very fruitful for people.
Yeah, definitely. Dude, I love these chats. I was so excited because I was kind of alone in the tank like content creator space for a while. Then Riani got into it. I was super excited. And then Cow, like you've been around for a while, but you weren't like making as much content. And I know you took like a bigger step towards that stuff more recently. So it's awesome to, just have, the meeting of the minds and be able to like bounce ideas off each other and stuff. So very appreciative for you guys.
And the same goes for you.
Yeah, thank you very much for hosting.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe we'll meet again. I don't know. I know we're all really busy, but maybe we'll do like some raid chats coming up and maybe MSV decompress after race, stuff like that. But until then, guys, thanks so much for watching. Thank you, Riani and Cow, for joining. We will see you guys next time.
You.
Will do.